Hey guys, Aeshmah here. Well, it's time. Finally, finish 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. So, before we do that, I think it might actually be a good idea to quickly go over the story again. Just to, refresh our memories on what happened and whatnot. So, let's do that. So we know that in 2187, mankind was basically already fucked, right, by the nanomachines. So what they decided to do was basically try to terraform and colonize other planets. However, this is already the point where it starts to get kind of complicated because, or rather, the point where I'm not sure of the correct timeline of events here. Because what we gathered so far is that mankind got wiped out because they got infected with nanomachines of some kind. Which came into being because Chihiro Morimura was trying to fund her Project Arc. Which is actually how they were trying to save mankind in the first place. So I guess they were just at the point where they wanted to go ahead and terraform other planets. So it wasn't yet immediately necessary to basically save mankind at that point. Sorry. So I guess one just landed itself to another. However, funding got cut for the project by Shikishima Industries, or Renya Gouto specifically, because he actually just wanted to take the funds to do something else. I don't know what. Which in turn made Chihiro Morimura, the head of Project Arc, get into some shady dealings to actually fund her project. And yeah, that led to the rise of the nanomachine infection of mankind, which ultimately wiped it out. So now we have this space station where they are, creating these different sectors for a few million people to live in and to carry on in certain timelines, which are in the past because the few survivors that are on that space station didn't want for mankind to immediately, make the same mistakes as they did, which led to their extinction. However, Sekigahara was tasked by Renya Gouto to assassinate Chihiro Morimura, which he did by planting a bomb near the main generator, I think it was. Which basically cut life support on the station droid. And when the last survivors then met to discuss what to do with the remaining power, some disagreements happened and they shot each other, so they're all dead. Before that, though, Ryoko Shinomone was distraught about Tetsuya Ida because he wasn't, answering her love for him, so to speak. And that is why she injected a bit of a code into the program for the terraforming project, which meant that, once the sectors, or the second phase I think it was, for Project Arc was close to finishing, the heavy machinery for the terraforming would go ahead and attack the colonies and destroy them, which basically made them start the whole process over, which created the loops that we are currently in. So, somehow, the Chihiro Morimura in the game, which is set, I don't know how many years past all that, as well as Yuro Izumi and Tsukasa Okino, found a way to break the cycle for them because they got to Sector 0, where they stored their memories, which then meant that they could access them across the loops. Now, they tried to fight back against the invasion of the heavy machinery for terraforming. However, things didn't go quite as planned because they just didn't know the scale of everything that went down. And so they started, trying to use the Sentinels, which also didn't really work, at first at least. And that is when Chihiro came up with Project Aegis, which meant that I think she would hack the mainframe or something, or the terminals and then the mainframe, which would stop the loops. But it would also mean that you were stuck in the world you're currently in. However, it's also kind of necessary, because as far as I can tell, the resources on the space stations or the colonies, for the loops, or for it to be able to loop actually, the resources for that are starting to run dry, because it has been going on so much, and they have to build up the whole cities again and clone these humans and whatnot to live there. And yeah, they're just running out of resources. So we are basically in the last loop. And after that, that's basically it. So here we are, I guess. Sorry. Got something in my throat. I think that's it in rough terms. I mean, there's a bit more going on, but the questions at this point is, what exactly, still happened in the space station in 2188? Like, we still got a few question marks there. We don't know yet everything. Also, where exactly are we as the 13 characters? I mean, we are not on Earth. I thought we were on a, space colony, space station, whatever, but they've been talking about that we are actually on a planet, which I find kind of weird. Because, there's all that construction underneath the city and stuff, so the machinery would have had to dig really deep to get all of that in place. And it would also mean that, when Shu was in space with a Sentinel, like, he would have to be really high up to go into space, right? But it was only, I don't know, 2 kilometers or something when he was up there. So yeah, that's a bit fishy. And also, we have been getting hints during the last stream that there is a real world and this world where we are as the players. And I hope to God that it doesn't turn out that we are only playing a simulation here. And once all of this is over, we just wake up and, from cryo sleep or whatever. And that's the end of the game. A bit like Matrix and stuff. Because seriously, if you just do that at the end of the game, at the end of the story, that is just such a fake out, I think. However, lending credence to that going to happen is when we saw Tamao Kurabe just disappear when she died in 1944, or the Sector 5, as it is called, actually. That was a bit fishy. Like, why would she just disappear? I mean, even though this is happening on a, colony, space station, whatever, you wouldn't just disappear, would you? I mean, even if Universal control the master AI managing all of this, where to manage all of that, that shouldn't allow it to just make people disappear now, would it? It could just be a way, for the simulation, though, simulating all of that, to prepare the people mentally for when they would wake up out of cryosleep and go and live in the new world, wherever that would be. It will also save resources and stuff, which they probably had to do because, that bomb went off when A blew the power generator. So they weren't actually able to clone all these people to live there. Maybe they did, but they had to put them in cryosleep to awaken later. Oh god, that's what's going to happen now, isn't it? don't like it. Anyway. Also, we don't know yet who he is that Chihiro Morimura is still referring to in order to save. You know, she was talking about saving him and her by doing the Aegis system thing. Oh yeah, also we now know that Tetsuya Ida was responsible for the infection of the Sentinels in Sector 3, I think it was. Because, you know, he wants to do another loop in order to put the Tomi Kisaragi AI in an actual Tomi Kisaragi, well, clone, I want to say. And, you know, shape her in a way that he deems appropriate for him. Which is, of course, the totally nice thing to do. Anyway, we only have Takatoshi and Renya left to clear. We can't do any more battles because that means we would have to be at 100% story progress. So I think it's time to unlock Renya. And let's go. Enough talk. Well, from me at least. Been a while, buddy. And why is that?
敷島の幹部たちは先生の死に困惑している。私では子供扱いされ、騎兵計画を主導できまい。今後は敷島が勝手に方針を決めてしまうだろう。先生、なぜ先生が
Alright, so Morimura has already been shot by the other Morimura? So he's probably going to confront the little Morimura about that, no? Probably. I think the hardest thing in this story is actually to properly place all the events that are happening because, you know, they are not time-stamped.
警察で遺体を確認してきました。森村先生本人で間違いありません。そうなの。あまりショックではなさそうですね。森村千尋はここに無事でいるから。なるほど。騎兵が汚染されたあの戦闘の後、森村先生が提唱し推進している作戦だ。UFO の中枢の操作ができる人間。適合者は体の中にナノマシンを持つ。それで警察はなんて？死因は腹部の銃創。体内から弾は発見できていません。犯行に使われたのがこの年代の銃ではないからでしょう。死亡推定時刻は19時頃。先生が単発の学生とどこかへ急ぐ姿を現場付近で通行人が目撃しています。目撃者がいたの。この時代の警察もなかなかね。森村先生と面識がある人物で学生服を着た単発の男。
Which is A.
関ヶ原 A だ。
Alright, alright. That was quick. He's a quick one. Damn. Quite perceptive as well.
先生を監視していたドローンから何かわかりませんか？タイミングの悪いことに監視から外れていたわ。政府機関の動きを調べていたから。そうですか。あなたは誰が犯人だと考えてる？犯人の見 そうですね。
Right. So now she is playing dumb with him as well.
目撃証言は関ヶ原 A と一致します。
関ヶ原 A は記憶障害の症状が出ていた。彼だとすればそれらしい容疑者ね。
わざわざ連れ出しているのが気になります。殺す気なら人目は避けるはず。
その気はなかったがついということも。
彼は思い詰めるタイプですが、衝動的に撃つほど愚かではありません。
じゃあ他に誰が？
You!
あなたが番号で呼ぶ彼？
普通に考えれば容疑者として名が上がる存在です。適合者全員を犠牲にしようとした未だ野放しの危険な存在だ。追い詰められた意識だけの426が何を考えているかは見当もつかない。
Yeah, but he isn't compatible anyway. Or rather, you know, he wouldn't kill Chihiro because she isn't compatible anyway, because, you know, she's just a projection now. Oh yeah, they call them projections when they get out of the loop. Why would they call them projections? It wouldn't be just in a simulation. Getting closer to the truth and I don't like it.
適合者全員を未だの追い詰められ何を426は手段として殺人も厭わない。飯田さんがいれば犯人だと断言するでしょうね。
私が426を撃ち殺すまでこっちで新たに4人が犠牲になってる。ドロイドとなって復活した彼が報復として私を始末したとすれば動機としてはしっくりくる。
森村先生と井田さんとは別に16年前にこちらへ逃れてきた4人。私が先生の手伝いを始めた頃にはすでに彼らは肉体を失い、セクターゼロの転移データをもとに意識のみ再現された AI だった。彼らが肉体を失った原因は426による暗殺だと私も井田さんから聞かされた。しかし真実は違う。16番の話では先生も知っているはずだが、16番騎兵を制御する彼女が森村先生に真実を伝えた時のことを私に語ってくれている。
Right? Not now.
あなたは426が犯人だと？
関ヶ原 A でなければね。他に誰かいる？
You! Any point in talking to her about that again?
森村先生、一つ質問があります。
何かしら？
426に対して特別な感情を抱いていましたか？
特別？彼は私に理解のある大事な友人だった。今はそうではないようだけど。突然どうして？
それはおかしい。18番、いや玉尾さんの話では私も薄々感じていた先生の思いは玉尾さんの相談で確信に変わった。
Alright, let's start with that then.
Gouto君、急に呼び出してごめんなさい。ちょっと協力してほしくて。
何かあったのですか？
森村さんが 十郎君に426の記憶を移しているのが分かって。
426？ 逃げたドロイドの？
それとは別。転移の時に保存された記憶データからよ。
つまり重郎でもう一人426を作ろうと。
なんとか説得して私の方で重郎君の治療をしているのだけど、まだ諦めていないみたい。
Yeah, because they were lovers, right? Hey there, Anakin!
なぜ426を？
私ずっと彼女の相談に乗っていたから気持ちはわからなくないけど、森村さんは彼を愛している。
As I said.
426を？
幼い頃からずっと。それで彼を人間に戻したがっている。
だが危険人物だ。先生も知ってる。
話ではね。彼女自身は見ていない。それに彼を手にかけたことで罪悪感に苛まれている。
Yeah, okay. So that is why she wants to go through with Project Aegis.
森村さんを見張って。重郎君には近づけないで。
頭に入れておきます。
お願いね。426が2人なんてゾッとするわ。
Then again, it would actually help us to have two of these guys, you know, because they're actually trying to help in their own way.
やはり先生には思っている人が。
Sure, let's talk
記憶を
about that.
失った泉十郎を先生は426に変えようとしていた。その理由はおそらく恋愛感情によるものだ。
私が彼を？まさか。
Nope, definitely am not.
あの森村千尋は記憶操作をされている。あなたもそう言っていたじゃない。私が彼をね。私の趣味じゃないわ。
I don't believe you.
16番騎兵を制御する彼女が森村先生に真実を伝えた時のことを私に語ってくれている。
それどういうこと？もう一度言って。
防衛が失敗した後、話し合っていた通り私たちは脱出のためにゲートへ。だけど転移中に爆発があった。おそらく移動に使った98式が攻撃されたんだわ。私が最後に覚えてるのはそれだけ。
あなたたちのデータが一部破損していたのは426の破壊工作ではなく、それが原因。データ化が完全でないため再生されなかったんだわ。あなたたちはこっちに来ていなかった。井田君、あなたは彼が4人を殺したとそう言ったわね。彼の破壊工作だとも。
奴ならやりかねない。
手任せだったの？
皆殺しにしようとした過去は事実だ。放っておけばこっちで同じことをする。君が奴を仕留めたのが正しい行動だ。
そんな。それじゃ私彼を。
Yeah, it was Ida who did the explosion thing. Okay, let's go over that
森村
again.
先生と井田さんとは別に16年前にこちらへ逃れてきた4人。私が先生の手伝いを始めた頃にはすでに彼らは肉体を失い、セクターゼロの転移データをもとに意識のみ再現された AI だった。
But who were those?
彼らが肉体を失った原因は426による暗殺だと私も井田さんから聞かされた。しかし真実は違う。16番先生も知っているはずだが、先ほど先生は426による新たな4人の犠牲者の話をされた。本当に覚えていませんか？
何を？
おそらくあなたは私がまとめた過去の資料を見たのでしょう。あれは昔まとめたもので、井田さんの証言がそのまま書かれている。つまり誤りです。
そう、こんな体になったのだから記憶の混乱は多少あるわ。私の体のことで不満があるの？
いえ、そういうことでは。
Kinda not buying the kid excuse.
私が森村先生の記憶が操作されているとそう疑ったのには理由があります。記録ですよ。
記録？
あなたが森村先生ならご存知のはずだ。あなたが生まれる2年前、井田さんが426から引き出した情報でその存在が明らかになった記録を。
それが何だというの？
話はここからです。記録というのは426の解析で中枢のデータから見つかった2188年の記録映像です。その記録に私がアクセスしたのを知り、先生の態度が急変します。記録を全て消去されました。なぜ消したか教えてもらえませんか？
Oh?
さあ、覚えてないわ。
Yeah, sure you don't.
森村先生が426に操作されたと私が思ったのはある記録を見たからです。泉十郎が森村千尋に記憶のダウンロードを施しているという報告の記録でした。
Okay, let's recall Ida's report.
飯田哲也だ。あんたがこの報告を確認するとも思えないが、一応他に吐き出す場所もないからな。小さな不具合からシステムを見直してたら最終工程の一部が変更されてるのを見つけた。
Ryoko.
変更されたのは森村千尋の答え。記憶が上書きされるように書き換えられてた。記憶の中身はわからないがアクセスしたのは泉十郎だ。なぜかあいつが上級管理 ID を持ってる。まあ今さら同行するつもりもないだろう。あんたを含めて最後までうさんくさい連中だと思うだけだ。俺にはもう関係ない。どうなろうが何もかも終わりだよ。
God, I hate his guts. Okay, so Juro altered her memories.
私に不都合な記録を見られた先生は記録を消去した。そう考えたのです。 UFO の中枢の操作が適合者は
426 426が私に記憶を。まさかあなたは森村先生も私も426だと言いたいわけ？
Oh.
発端はあなたを作った適合者実験だ。先生の映像とあなたの言葉で私はすっかり判断を誤ってしまった。あなたを先生だと思い込んでいた。最初からあなたはあなたとして生まれた。
私が森村千尋ではないとでも？私が森村千尋の複製でないなら私は誰だというの？
あなたは森村千尋です。
当たり前でしょ。
いいえ、先生ではなく森村千尋博士。2188年の敷島の宇宙計画、その中心人物だ。
Oh. Ah. Well, that would make matters even more interesting now, wouldn't it? She's the actual Chihiro from 2188. But why would Juro Izumi from 2188 actually implement that? That her actual consciousness would get into her clone.
Aegis 起動を確認。ターミナルは完全に封鎖された。
やった。
目標が変わった。次のターミナルはすぐそこだ。
もう来てるじゃない。
一息つく暇もないな。
稼働限界には少し早いが。
Oh yeah.
一旦騎兵を降りよう。
So that is during the final battle.
ちょっと待った。指示なんかなくても戦えるぜ。私が戻ったからには大船に乗ったつもりでいろ。
すぐ戻るよ。あとは頼む。
仕方がない。ゆきちゃん、急ごう。
千尋さん。
After Aegis activation.
千尋さん。
夕日を見て。あの日と同じくらい綺麗だわ。
1 month, then you can play Legends. Yeah, if it arrives by then. I mean, I hope it does. Yeah, some Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer would be kind of sweet.
ドローンで私を監視してたのね。
一つあなたにロックしてあります。 D の目標が変わりこちらへ戻ってくる。ここは危険です。安全な場所へ。
あら、心配してくれるの？でも余計なお世話ね。知ってるでしょ。これが私の望み。
ですが
それよりあなた、こんなところで油売ってていいの？まさかもう諦めたわけ？まだ D の進行は序盤よ。
すぐ戻ります。だがまずはあなたを安全な。
そんな場所はない。 りはしない。私たちにはね、知っているくせに。だから時間の無駄。自分のやるべきことに集中しなさい。
わかりました。行きます。河川へ出た方がまだ安全です。位置を伝えておきます。
待って、せっかく会えたのだからすっきりさせておこうかしら。教えて。あなた森村先生が好きだったんでしょ。記憶操作されたなんて言ってたけど、本当は嫉妬。
それは
最後でしょ。答えて。
その通り。といえば満足ですか。低俗で愚かな衝動だ。だがそれは私を支配している。
私の記憶を戻したのもそれが動機ね。どんな形であれ手に入れたかった彼女。
そうです。
よかった。その本当は欲望まみれなところ、私の知るあのゴーとレンヤと同じで、私危うくあなたを気に入ってしまうところだったわ。ありがとう。すっきりした。
I did not expect that.
私は
I did not expect that.
いいからもう行ってちょうだい。賭けはまだ続いている。私が勝ちそうだけれど。いいからもう行ってちょうだい。どうしたの？ママとはぐれたの？ほっといてくれない？こんなとこにいたら危ないよ。私と一緒に行こう。あなたね。何を？大丈夫。ママとはぐれたのなら私が探してあげる。だからね、逃げよう。あ、いたいた、美和子。ふさみちゃん、よかった、無事で。もうのんきなんだから、そっち行ったらまずいって。
如月、その子は
分かってる。美和子誘導したらすぐ戻るから。誰かいるの？いないよ。ともかくあっちへ避難して。この子も一緒に。ちょっと家から早くこっち。
Oh, don't tell me that Mivako is now changing how Chihiro sees the world. Uzami is weird. Why? She just cares for her friends. I mean, that's nice, right? Even during the apocalypse, you know, caring for each other. That's nice, isn't it? Yeah, that was during the final battle. Exactly. So, is the rest of his story all going to play out during the final battle? Guess we'll find out. Nope.
不思議。ここに来るのは初めてなのに、なんだか懐かしいわね。
夕日はどの時代でも同じでは。
いいえ、ここはそういうところなのよ。それで私はどこへ？
架空の名義でマンションを借りました。
埃っぽい瓦礫の中でないならどこだっていいわ。
すみません。そこなら敷島にも先生にも見つかることはないと思います。飯田さんが用意してくれていた書類や資金が役に立ちました。
飯田哲也、行方不明のまま見つかっていないの？
はい。行きましょう。
That's kind of sweet.
千尋さん。
私が博士？
そうです。そう言いました。
Oh, we're back here.
あなたは森村千尋博士。2188年の敷島の宇宙計画を指揮した中心人物だ。
何を言い出すのやら。
これは家庭の話です。一つの解釈を述べたまでです。
もしも私が博士だとしたら、私を作ったのはあなたの知る森村先生よ。博士を生み出すのが彼女の計画だったわけ？どうなの？
先生が行ったのは適合者実験です。彼女はあなたを自分だと思っていた。自分のつもりで再転送した。セクターゼロに保存されたもう一人の森村千尋。あなたは新生児で現れたため意思疎通も不可能だ。それで先生は気づけなかった。
それも推測でしょ？
もちろんです。だがあなたが博士なら相当慌てたはずだ。目論見とまるで違う状況に。
目論見？
2188年の記録で飯田哲也の報告にあったのは、最終工程で森村千尋に記憶移植がされること。最終工程というのはつまり我々です。
そろそろ付き合いきれないわ。
まあそう言わず、せっかくですからもう少し聞いてください。最初に見た未来の記録は私の ID で見た更新記録だ。私が初めて自分の記録を見つけたとき、映像には初老のゴート・レンヤの姿があった。2188年の記録にですよ。最初は時間移動してたどり着いた私の未来の姿かと考えました。しかしそうじゃない。順序が逆です。つまり私が彼のクローンなのです。あの記録映像に残る人物たち、彼らはそれぞれクローンを作った。
クローンね。
それを裏付ける記録を見ました。
何を見たの？
遺伝子工学が専門の高宮教授との通話記録。
Alright, getting closer.
高宮教授、探査機の繁殖予測はどう？シミュレートでは生息範囲の拡大は予測値を上回っている。個体より軍隊としての強度を重視して正解ね。探査機はもはや生きる機械。航行中に小惑星へ取り付き採掘した資源で自己複製する。機械は生まれては壊れ、無限に繁殖しながら目的地を目指す。この計画に途中での失敗はありえないわ。計画は続けられる。人類が滅んだ後でもね。専門家に見てもらえて安心したわ。これでメモリキューブの生成が終われば準備完了。構造型の記憶素子ね。比較用に同じものを5枚重ねたキューブよ。周囲の探査機とも比較させ修復させる。修復不可能になれば探査機個体が死を迎えるわけね。搭乗者は生き残った全員の遺伝子を載せる。15人の遺伝子データは格納済みよ。あとは送り出すだけ。私たちのクローンに望みを託してね。ところで遺伝子検査で判明した彼、どうするの？どうもしない。今さら何を言えというの？それもそうね。
Alright. Yeah. That kind of proves my point that we are in a simulation, doesn't it? So what they actually did was clone a few people, put them into one of these drones they just said, spread them all over the galaxy, I suppose. Have their minds relive this simulation while they are sleeping, searching for a hospital planet or something. And if they do, well, then they would just wake up and, you know, start mankind again, wherever they are. At least that's my theory at the moment.
コロニーに生き残った15人、そのクローンが適合者で、それぞれ時代の違う世界に育っている。そしてあなたは自分のクローンに移植されるはずだった。目論見とは違う。
Yeah, because the clones, you know, would get their own memories because they are on the simulation, living their lives. And she would just override that at the end.
おそらくあなたが今気になるのは、私がどこまで記録を見たのか、そのことでしょう。心は大人でも幼い体では、動揺を隠すのは難しい。
そんなわけは。それは引っ掛け？
記録を見る限り、高宮教授と森村博士は古い間からのようでした。千尋さんは何かご存知ですか？
知るはずもない。
沖の司については、彼も適合者ですから 当然15人の一人で2188年にも存在している。当ててみてください。彼が2188年で何者であったか。
Alright, yeah, so the 15 are the 13 playable characters, plus Okino, plus Morimura, right? They were all that was left of humanity at the end.
わかりませんか？
やめなさい。
私が教えましょう。彼は沖野司は森村千尋博士の息子だ。だが腹を痛めて産んだ子供ではない。人工調整の政策で博士は若い自分に卵子を提供している。
Oh.
静かになりましたね。
Oh.
彼が血縁関係にあるとわかるのはクローンのための遺伝子検査でです。自分の子であることを意識した博士に母親が感じるような心的変化が現れた。だが彼は博士に批判的で計画の関係者としてもうまくいっていない。最後に際し博士は真実を告げるメッセージを彼に当てて残していた。
やめて。あれを見たの。おかしいわ。記録へのアクセスは生体 ID が必要で、取り出せるのは個人の記録のみよ。沖野司と私の記録にはアクセスできるはずが。
ありがとう森村博士。
Schickt ja.
確かに私のアクセスで出てきたのは企業関連の記録ばかり。会議の報告や連絡がほとんどでした。あなたに関する内容もほんの少しだった。
どうやって私の記録を。
それはですね、設定はこれでいい。あとは生体認証がうまく通るか。うまくいったか。特定の制限を解除できたようだ。これで森村先生の ID を通せば先生の記録にアクセスできる。君の生体 ID がなぜ先生と同じなのかも先生の記録を見ればわかるかもしれない。
Himawari is also a clone.
やはり先生の ID だ。
冬坂伊織。
気を失った彼女に協力してもらいました。彼女は森村千尋、適合者です。あなたが先生なら冬坂伊織が何者かも知っていたはずだ。このセクター4へ隠した張本人なのだから。生まれて間もない2人を別人に仕立てた。おそらく井田さんのアイデアでしょう。だから2104年にいるはずの森村千尋も2024年の井田哲也も見つからなかった。
の知る敷島のゴーとレンヤとはあなた随分違うのね。困りものなのは同じだけれど、それで私が博士だとしてどうしたいの？
真実が知りたい。現状に至る真実が。だが分かっています。あなたは何も教える気がない。
どうして？
我々に知恵をつけられては困るのです。滅ぼすつもりだから。あなたは最初からこの世界を救う気なんてない。
Wait. I thought that was Ryoko's doing. Or maybe she didn't know that Chihiro was actually sabotaging her own project. Okay, can immediately unlock him again. Oh jeez, this is getting spicy.
怪獣がなんでこっちに来てるのよ。ターミナルと反対方向なのに。この騎兵いおりね。ちょっといおり、どうなってんの？いおりちゃん、突然こっち側に現れたのよ。逃げて逃げてって言ってもこれじゃどっちへ避難すれば。美和子、うまく逃がせなくてごめん。でも私が何とかするから。うさみちゃん、
He doesn't really get it, does he?
大丈夫。お姉ちゃんが絶対守るよ。大丈夫だからね。私は常に論理的に判断を。言っておくけど、これは不本意で無意味なのよ。まったく。ゴートくん、ドローンで見てるんでしょ。今すぐここに来て。ゴート？もしかして。ゴートくん、その人ゴートレンヤって人？そう、あなた彼との知り合いなのね。
Yeah, okay, I was going to be so confused.
だわね。ゴート先輩。先輩が突然現れた。
千尋さん、なぜ私に？
上級 ID は上位のアクセスができるけど、アクセスの開始には生体認証がいる。手伝ってもらいたいの。いいえ、これはあなたたちを手伝うことになるのかしらね。動かないでよ。
ここから天意を。
あなたはちょっと離れて。
How they just going to leave her there? That's rude. Oh, so each sector does have its own mainframe. Okay. Thought it was always the same.
ここは
地下の円盤の中、セクター4の中枢よ。
何をする気です？
偽戦よ。あなたたちがこれで戦いやすくなる。
She is now shifting all the people out of the city, isn't she?
転移装置に乗って。システムに接続できた。あとは上級 ID で操作できるわ。ありがとう。来てくれると思わなかった。あなたを戻します。さてと、それじゃあ始めますか。怪獣と戦ってるあなたたち、聞こえる？
誰だ？なんでこの通信に？
あれ、美和子といた女の子じゃない。
千尋じゃないか。
私は森村千尋。
先生と同じ名前。
今から市民全員を一斉に避難させます。セクター4にいる120万人をセクター3、つまり2025年に強制転移させる。
2025年120万人を転移。
市民を気にせず思う存分戦えるでしょ。以上よ。
待ってくれ千尋。
転移開始。
Oh, yeah, those are the people. Interesting that everyone is still alive. I mean, that was already a few battles into the game. Oh, so she does remember now.
これで全員遅れたわね。やれやれ、バカバカしい。私もどうかしてるわ。
繋がった。
どういうこと？どうやってアクセスしたの？あなた。
Okay, no.
俺は肘山貴俊。どうしても頼みたいことがある。
頼み？
いや、これは俺の頼みじゃなくて、俺は代わりに話してる。沖野というやつの代理だ。
沖野司。
Yeah, this is what unlocks Takatoshi again. Alright, so what about we go ahead and finish off Takatoshi first? See what they have to say. Takatoshi and Okino.
So, ついに我々が直面する問題の答えを突き止めた。
それは何だ？
まずは紹介したい。少し早かったな。司令船はまだ地平線の向こうだ。 更新圏内に入るまであと30分かかる。待つしかないな。
教えてくれ。
そうだな。D コードの話を覚えているか？
インナーロシタの中にあるダイモスを呼ぶものだろう。
そう。そして3カ所にアクセスしてると話した。その一つがここで見せる軌道上の指令線だ。ダイモスのデータをそこから引き出し、セクター1の自動工場に量産させ、ユニバーサルコントロールを攻撃させる。それが D コードの正体さ。
そこが攻撃されるとなぜ人が消える？
その謎も解けた。だがそれは指令線にいる彼女から説明してもらう方がいい。
おい、人形が動いてるぞ。
止まれ！
止まった。この人形敵なのか？
地上にいた奴がここへ来たようだ。僕の声を認識してるけど操作の権限を外されてるな。僕の命令では停止できない。またすぐに動き出すだろう。
It's not good.
おい、こっちにも。
止まれ！
嫌な予感がするぞ。
そうだな。戻ろう。様子がおかしい。
どうした？
あのコンソール。あっちに制御が映ってる。ここにいてくれ。タイマーをセットしてくる。
おい、
Not this again.
止まれ！
起きろ！畜生、俺だけこっちに。すぐに戻らなければ起きのが。誰でもいい。時間旅行の操作ができるやつを。関ヶ原なら、時間旅行なら慶太郎の騎兵でも、いやもうあの先生でもいい。沖野が調べていたあの先生なら時間旅行の方法を知っているかもしれん。
Stop with the temporal stuff. It's
慶
not
太郎
temporal.
の話が本当であれば、騎兵には時間旅行の機能が備わっている。なんとかして政府と敷島から取り戻し、沖野を助けに行けないものか。奴に泣きつくのは尺だが、背に腹は変えられん。飯など食ってる場合じゃない。あの先生はいないようだ。
I think it doesn't matter now, does it? Where we go? Yeah, figured as much. Go to the old school building.
沖野、
So now really the time for reminiscing.
どうした？
これ
なんだ？
あなたが好きです。
何を血迷うな。俺は
なんてね。前にここで尾形年次に告白したろ。あの時すごく怒ってたから告白して欲しかったのかなって。
バカ野郎。男に告白されて嬉しいもあるか。
Apparently.
誰もいない。
あれ、あなたもしかして。
こちらも探して正解だっただ。誰だ。
これは関ヶ原といた探査装置じゃないか。なぜこれを持っている。君は
高俊さん、私が連れて行こう。私が沖野のところへ連れて行く。呪いのに襲われて沖野は死んだ状態だ。
何だと。貴様は一体なぜ沖野のことを。
司令船からテレビ放送を通じ稲葉美雪が伝えてきた奴のあれを。
あ、うん。これ
なんだこれは。
フェイザー中ドロイドと戦う月や実用だ。
未来の銃か。
敷島の研究所から持ってきた中枢の解析情報で研究された武器だ。奴の君はどこで。危険だ。もたもたすると起きろ
急ごう。
が危ない。
沖野。分かってる。
Where's the third though? Ah, there we go.
やったか。沖野、どこをやられた。すぐに病院へ連れて行ってやる。
石山。
喋らなくていい。
手紙を。
おい、沖野。そんな。
Wait, what?
沖野が消えてしまった。
ユニバーサルコントロールが彼を隔離した。
Yeah, again, makes me believe we are actually in a simulation.
ついにここにも来たか。沖野、とんだ恋文よこしやがって。
セクター4への侵略が近づいている。そこで君と騎兵を共有しておきたい。 セクター5の海中に隠してある。僕の乗っていた12番騎兵だ。僕に何かあれば君に必要なものだ。だから体を勝手にいじらせてもらった。騎兵の起動マーカーは左の前腕部にある。
あの探査装置が言うように、貴様が本当にまだ生きているなら、戻ってくる場所がなくなっていては困るよな。戦いに命を懸ける理由ならそれで十分だ。さあ来い、12番騎兵。
Interesting that he immediately found it. Switch that is.
やれやれ、やっと乗ったか。
今のは沖野の声が聞こえたような。
そうだ、僕さ。
沖野。
見えないだろうが足はある。幽霊じゃないよ。
あいつの言ったことは本当だった。
僕はまだ生きてる。騎兵を共有していたおかげでこうして君とだけ交信できるんだ。
どうすれば貴様を助けられる？
もう僕はあの世界には戻れない。生命保護のため切り離されたんだ。これが答えだよ、肘山くん。話したろ？インナーロスターの処理8割が謎だと。聴覚、視覚、嗅覚、触覚、味覚、僕たちの全ての感覚を操作していたんだ。あの世界を本物に見せていた。それが処理の正体だ。
本物に見せていた？偽物だというのか？俺の実家も交渉も。
Simulation.
5つのセクターは現実じゃない。僕たち15人以外の人間はユニバーサルコントロールが作った。あの世界は仮想空間。幻。僕たちが今いるコクピット、ここが現実だ。そもそも僕の設計にコクピットはなかった。全長35メートルの格闘兵器に乗り込む自殺行為だ。
Good point.
殴りかかるだけで衝撃は列車事故並みだよ。だが完成した騎兵には乗れた。中枢の情報から未知のシステムを採用したため、これもそういった一部だと考えていた。でもコクピットじゃなかった。これは肉体を育成するためのポットだ。僕たちはこのポットで生まれ、一度も外に出たことはないんだ。
その話が本当だとして、
That is why they're naked.
出られるかどうかはわからない。一つだけ確実なことは、あの世界がダイモスの侵略で消滅すれば、僕たちはポットの中で死ぬ。
貴様のようなふてぶてしい奴が死ぬはずがなかろう。世界がどうだろうが俺の役目は同じ。祖国と愛する者のために出撃するだけだ。
肘山くん？
貴様は死なせん。
肘山くん。たとえ世界が消えても、僕は常に君といる。行こう。
So yeah. They're really pulling the Matrix on us here. Oh, come on. Why, game? Why? Why do you do this? It's like you so far. This is just them now. Okay, so yeah, when the colony got destroyed, they send out these growth pods with people inside them. Yeah, like we said before too, you know, regrow humanity on a terraformed planet. But what is the deal with that command ship then? Because that is in the real world, right? But did we actually land on a hospitable planet? Just can't wake up because the simulation is starting over and over again. Actually raises the question, how quickly does this simulation turn over? Like, is 1 year in the real world, or is it faster? Because, you know, if it isn't fast, if it is real time, and the simulation starts over, wouldn't you need a new body for that? So how do you dispose of the old body inside of this growth pod? Let me just go ahead, grab something to drink, and then we'll continue here.
どうしたいの？
真実が知りたい。現状に至る真実が。だが分かっています。あなたは何も教える気がない。
どうして？
我々に知恵をつけられては困るのです。滅ぼすつもりだから。あなたは最初からこの世界を救う気なんてない。入門者の事件の3ヶ月前、世界企業の敷島は入門者を買収。インナーロシターというナノマシン情報技術で世界トップレベルの企業となっている。
私が世界を滅ぼす？
そうです。
あんな怪獣が現れて私が一番困っているのに。
その通りだ。それは嘘じゃない。あなたが第一に考えているのは2188年に立てた計画の遂行だから。だが現状は計画から逸脱しすぎている。地下の円盤へ案内したあの日、あなたは言いましたね。どうにもならないと。
ここが UFO の中枢？
ええ。
まったく沖野くんったら真面目にやらないくせにこういうところだけ無駄に凝る。
沖野。
こっちの話よ。それよりこのありさまは不穏な出来事でもあったのかしら？
そうですね。敷島のドロイドだ。飯田さんが配置したのか。どれも撃たれている。フェイザー銃によるダメージだな。全部壊れて停止しています。
そう。早速始めるわ。
本当に可能なんですか？
システムは把握できている。この異常な事態の元凶 D コードを排除できるわ。
それなのに先生はイージス作戦を。
あなたの言う通り操られているか、それとも自分だけ生き残るつもりか。
まさか。それはまだ解析できていない領域ですね。一体どうやってアクセスを？
上級管理者の ID なら全システムにアクセス可能よ。
その ID を見つけたのですか？
そうね、見つけたの。ダメだわ。セクター3の中枢は攻撃を受けてほとんど機能していない。ここでは処理できそうもないわね。仕方がない。指令船に直接命令を送るわ。
指令船？
UFO を管理する軌道上の母船。
未来人の箱舟ですか？
宇宙人の侵略基地かもね。指令船と通信は途絶えている。地平線の影に隠れているせいね。通信再開まで35分か。待っていられないわ。別のリンクを探しましょう。
この修正で D は現れなくなるのですか？
根本的に解決されるはず。でも はどうにもならない。
それではすでに自動工場で作られた D はどのくらい作られているのか確認しなくては。騎兵はやはり必要です。
その方がいい。イージス作戦は危険だわ。
つまり D コードが起動した後ではどう修正しても計画に影響が残る。修正には D コードを取り除きループさせた方が効率的だ。当初の計画通りに戻すことをあなたは考えている。
それは考えすぎね。
ループ自体は全セクターの中枢が D に制圧されなければ起こらない。だからあなたはここを滅ぼさせて世界をリセットする。今あなたが一番心配なのはイージス作戦だ。イージスは単なる防衛機能じゃない。ターミナルは自己防衛のため封鎖され、そのターミナルから世界を管理できなくなる。全てのターミナルが塞がれば我々は中枢と切り離され、ループも消滅も起こらない。だがそうなってはあなたの計画は失敗だ。計画のゴールはここではないのだから。
仮にその話通りだとして、あなたはどうするというの？
話を最初に戻しましょう。森村先生殺害の犯人です。誰だと思うかと聞かれましたね。あなたが森村千尋博士なら先生殺害の犯人はあなただ。
へえ。
イージス作戦を推進する先生は全てをリセットしたいあなたには邪魔だった。
面白い推理だけど言いがかりね。
あなたがどこか私を敵視する理由はわかります。あなたはゴートレンヤによって入面者を追われた。買収元である敷島にとって邪魔だったからだ。その後あなたはこの箱舟計画を開いた。尾形健吾の指示で。尾形健吾、尾形年次の父親で、あなたの才能を認めていた敷島の会長。彼は老衰で2187年に亡くなっている。だが私がここで言う尾形健吾とは、死後あなたが秘密裏に彼の記憶を複製した AI の名だ。あなたはそれに操られていた。
助言をもらっていただけよ。それも記録ね。
ええ、ゴーとレンヤがその AI を見つけた。あなたの死後コロニーでの記録です。あなたは18歳になったクローンに記憶のダウンロードを施すようセットしている。あなたがこの計画に対し人類を救う使命感があったのは間違いないが、尾形健吾を復活させるためだというのも事実だ。森村千尋のクローンに森村博士が入る。そしておそらく尾形年次のクローンに尾形健吾が入る。だからあなたは計画通りにこだわる。あなたから見れば森村先生は保身のため計画を台無しにする出来の悪い分身だ。殺すのにためらいはない。
残念だわ。やはり始末するほかないよね。さよなら。
Q.E.D. So yeah, you do have to finish the story with him. Also, that is who Morimura is trying to save. Not Juro Izumi, but Kengo Ogata. Gotcha. Well, I think it's time for the final one, huh?
メタスキルの解析を開始。そんなに時間はかからないと思うわ。完了したらそちらにデータを送る。
助かります。
しかし呆れるわ。沖野くんがこんなふざけたものをここの管理システムに採用していたとはね。
ありがとう。いや、これは俺じゃなく沖野が。
沖野くんが。
全部の解析ができていなかったので、あなたの協力に感謝しています。
そう。
子供にしか見えないのに、あなたはすごい方のようだ。私からもお礼申し上げます。では、戦闘中につき失礼します。
あの子がありがとう。
Hey there, Kaneko. How you doing, man?
やはり始末するほかないよね。さよなら。
Out of
その
bullets.
銃で私は撃てません。イージスを知る邪魔者は生かす気はないということですか。これはあなたがご信用に欲しいと言ったので私が用意した銃です。
それなら今度はあなたがその銃で私を撃つのかしら。
それは誤解です。安全のためあなたと私は撃てない、そういう設定にしてあります。やはりそうだ。銃の使用履歴では発砲の時刻は先生の死亡推定時刻とほぼ一致する。あなたはこの銃で先生を撃った。それに事件当日、本当はドローンで森村先生を監視していましたね。あの日の現金の減り具合から見てタクシーを利用して現場に向かった。
そこまで調べておいて今までとぼけて。いつから気がついていたの？私が博士の方の森村千尋だと。
気がついたのは三浦がここであなたを見つけた時です。あなたは三浦を優秀な設計技師だと言った。だが設計技師は2188年の三浦だ。
それもゴートレンヤの記録。
いいえ、17番騎兵の AI だった三浦です。彼は記録の存在も私に教えてくれました。
それで私をどうするの？殺さないなら閉じ込める？
先生のことを思えば内心複雑です。だが感情的に恨みを晴らしても 起こった結果には何も影響がない。それなら私は真実により近づく方を選択する。私は知りたい。先生も知らないこの計画のその先を。あなたは分かりやすい嘘をついた。泉十郎は自分の趣味ではないと言ったが、博士と2188年の泉は深い関係にあった。
So they did.
セクター1にあなたと泉がいる。意図的な配置からもそれはわかる。あなたは記憶移植を設定する前に死んでいる。おそらくそれで泉があなたの意を組んで成し遂げた。復活を望む尾形健吾はわかるとして、なぜあなたも記憶を移すのですか？
それは導くものが必要だからよ。指導者がいなければ人は仲違いを始める。あのコロニーの最後のように。
なるほど。予想通りあなたは計画に対し真摯だ。そこで提案があります。私と賭けをしませんか？あなたの望み通りターミナルを残します。イージスで全てを塞ぎ、ループを閉じたりはしない。
それで
この状況、確かに計画通りには戻せない。だが考えてみてください。最終工程を終えたその先にもおそらく苦難や問題は次々と待ち受ける。我々が未知なる問題にも自力で対処できると証明できれば、あなたの計画を引き継ぐその資質があるとは考えられませんか？
それは一理あるわね。
我々がこの問題を解決してみせます。邪魔はせず戦わせてくれませんか？失敗ならリセットで構いません。
かっけあなたに勝ち目はないわよ。
さて、それはどうでしょう。イージス起動。全員まだ戦闘可能か？
ここまで休みなしで戦い続けてる。女子はもう体力的に限界だ。
まだ平気です。戦えます、私。
ターミナルはあと3つ。あと2つはイージスで守れる。だが最後のターミナルはイージスに頼れない。
あとどのくらい持たせればいいんだ？
稲葉みゆきとの交信再開までまだ10時間はある。
長いな。だが彼女の計画が最後の望みだ。
あとは力尽きるまで守り続けるってことだ。
次のターミナルに怪獣が向かってる。
気合を入れろ慶太郎。俺たちが軍人として覚悟を見せる時だ。あと3日だろうが持たせてみせる。行くぞ。千尋さん、聞いていますか？もし聞いていたら答えてください。千尋さん、
何かしら。
あなたは指令線の位置に関係なくリンクする方法を知っていますね。
D コードを修正した時のことね。
その方法が今必要です。
今度はどんな切り札が出てくるの？何の記録を見たと言い出すのかしら。
いいえ、これはお願いです。
呆れた。私の立場が分かって言ってるの？
分かっています。それでも私はあなたにお願いする。我々にチャンスが欲しい。
かだわ。私は嘘をついた。どのことだかわかる？
いいえ。
あなたを危うく気に入るところだった。憎らしい男だわ、ゴートレイヤ。
千尋さん。
いい？あなたたちよく聞きなさい。通信範囲の外にいる司令船との交信のため、3つの監視衛星を中継位置に移動させている。間もなく接続するわ。ただし衛星は無茶な移動をさせたから、重力に捕まって大気圏に落ちるわ。つながるのは衛星が落ちるまで。長くは持たせられない。分かったわね。
ありがとう。
まったく人間は愚かだわ。その最たるものが私というわけね。もしこれが全部うまくいったら、あなたたちが責任を取りなさい。
千尋。
頑張って兄ちゃん。あと少しでつながる。チャンスはこれっきりよ。更新開始。
The final bet. All stories cleared. Oh, there we go. Ah. Oh god. What is this going to be like now? Alright. Make quick save here. Himawari Ward, Battle 9. Wave 9. Horde of High Quad Kaiju. Jeez. Horde of High Quads. It just dodge close quarter attacks. Okay, that's good. Automatic count attacks only by ground kaiju have taken such amount of damage. Increase HP decreases, okay. I definitely want that. He slowly recovers when attacked. Never Shinama Send is destroyed to recover HP for allies. The more kaiju there are, the higher all stats increase. Okay. Can reduce the total number of combos exceeds 100. Central City. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Attack power multiplies against attacking kaiju. If many kaiju defeated in one hit, attack. If many kaiju defeated in one hit, attack, recover speed, move speed, damage increases temporarily. Attacking me as a biotic increases. Yeah, okay. High quad. Many of them. Do I want to take Gouto over Fuyusaka? And a horde of high quads. Jeez, that sounds bad. I mean, as long as I can distract them somehow. Should be fine. Yes. I could probably use these. Maybe I should actually upgrade this. Until it gets another punch in. And maybe also upgrade this, because you never know, right? Yeah, not a bad idea to get that up. Horde of high quad. Jeez. And we are in the middle. Great.
プラズマキャノンをチャージ中に視覚に回り込んで攻撃すれば私が騎兵をうまく操って差し違えるつもりで前に出ないと。何言ってんのよめぐみ、そういうのあんたのキャラじゃないでしょ。それでも私にはみんなを巻き込んだ責任がある。頭がいいの鼻にかけてめめしくぐじぐじ言うやつかと思ったが野郎どもよりいい根性じゃねえか。見直したぜ。突っ込むからついてきな。勝手な行動をするな。指揮に従え。どうする。
I don't like anything about this battle. Not in the slightest. armor destruction power and speed have been enhanced. It's capable of delivering massive damage to both Sentinels and cities. So take them out as fast as possible. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm trying to do here. Okay, now that they are here, I guess this is the time to do this. Gotta stop their attacks. Somehow. Okay, yeah, he's out of range now. That's good. Last 8 seconds. Wow. I think you just have to make your rounds and systematically take out these high quads. Probably should have taken Nenji over him though. Perfectly honest here. There are a lot of missiles coming in from over there. But I think every enemy is on the field now. So let me use that for another MP. Get rid of all these missiles. Oh, I am defenseless. 4,000 damage. So let's maybe place one over here. Hope that they take the bait. You just have to go around here and get rid of all of these enemies. That's outside that range, right? Shouldn't hurt him if he stays here. These are twin tails down there. Okay, he made his shot. Come on, you can hit both of them, can't you? They tend to focus on the Avengers. Ah! The Avengers. Good. Can you actually get rid of that guy? Can. So do it. Oh no. Only that thing shot something different.
The
thing I'm really missing here is some kind of crouch clearing ability. You know, like super missile, super large missile of the G3s. Is there anything useful I can use here? I don't actually think so. To get rid of that missile. Don't think he can quite reach that now. Okay, I'm moving a little bit closer. Should be enough now there. I think this hilt's pretty badly damaged anyway. Okay, yeah, that only leaves the high quads, which means that this battle has become a lot more manageable now. Yeah, that should do it. Lend me strength. Okay then. I was a little bit worried there, but we got it. Bonus objectives completed. DOS files. One more battle to go. So, I guess let's have a look at our mystery files again. Jury Izumi 2188. The overarching plan was altered so that Chihiro Morimura's host would undergo a memory override during the final process of Project Arc. Tetsuya Ida discovers this deviation, along with the fact that Izumi is the one who authorized the change. The Izumi of 2188 shared an intimate relationship with Professor Morimura. Since Morimura died before she could execute the memory transplant, Izumi carries out her plan of transplanting her memories as Professor Morimura into her clone, Chihiro Morimura. Chihiro Morimura, 2188. In order to raise funds, 2188 Morimura sold nanomachine technology on the black market, which led to the infection on the surface and the end of humanity. Upon testing the DNA of the 15 individuals for Project Arc, it became clear that Tsukasa Okino is Morimura's child. Though it wasn't through conventional birth, Morimura still feels a maternal connection to him. Sekigahara. In the Kaijo Pier 985, Sekigahara rides his motorcycle to the battlefield where the 12 Sentinels are gathered and activates the enhanced first generation model Sentinel number 11. Sekigahara 2188. The assassin Sekigahara was trapped in a room by Morimura while infiltrating Sector 4, but managed to escape by setting off a bomb at the power generator. He then seeks out Morimura to finish her off himself. Renya Gouto. Gouto secretly had feelings for Miss Morimura. However, after seeing a 2188 communications log between that era's Tetsuya Ida and Gouto, he suspects that Morimura's memories were overwritten by 426. In addition, Morimura's sudden change of behavior has raised his suspicions further. In order to view Miss Morimura's logs, Gouto used Iori Fuizaka, who was unconscious from the shock of seeing a sentinel in the 2065 ruins. He brought her to the UFO mainframe and used her biometric ID. Well, and after that, he gets Chihiro. Makes sense. Upon realizing the distinct discrepancy between Miss Morimura and Chihiro's memories, Gouto considers the possibility that Chihiro isn't simply a clone of Morimura. After researching the logs of 2188's Morimura, he theorizes that Chihiro's true identity is instead Professor Chihiro Morimura from 2188. Kedera. The scar mirror was fired as a result of Tsukasa Okino's nanomachine adjustment, which restarts the Sentinels that stopped working due to DD426. Without losing his mind and suffering the effects of DD426, Miura managed to endure the pain as the data necessary for starting up the Sentinels was completed. Once Okino realizes this, he installs a feature so that the data will spread to anyone who comes into contact with Miura. So he was the cure. Takatoshi Hijiyama. When the Kaijo appear in 1985, Hijiyama reads the letter Okino left for him and activates Sentinel number 12, previously Okino's craft. Since Hijiyama and Okino shared Sentinel number 12, Hijiyama was able to communicate with Okino again in the cockpit of the Sentinel. Okino then reveals to Hijiyama that the world they are in is a simulated space, and the cockpit is actually the real world. Shu Amiguchi. When Amiguchi was shot by Megumi Yakushiji up on the rooftop, it activated Sentinel number 20. Prior to this, Amiguchi had already come to contact with Keito Miura when he had to carry Miura back to his house after Ninja Ogata's altercation at the shopping district. For that reason, Amiguchi was already affected by the forced activation code for Sentinels that Tsukasa Okino embedded into Miura. Itakamiya. In the Kaijo Pier 985, she declares to the team that it can relax now that she's taken the field and activates Sentinel number 21. Itakamiya, 2188. The 2188 Professor Takamiya studies self-replicating probes. Ryoko. Blinded by her feelings toward Ida, Shinomone falls for a trick and adds DD-426 to Asekigahara's Sentinel. During the 2064 battle, DD-426 infects the Sentinel, and Juro Kurabe, Sekigahara, and Shinomone suffer brain damage. Shinomone went missing for some time after the force shift, losing memories to a point where she couldn't even remember her own name. The one thing she does remember is that Ida chose her for Sentinel number 14. Morimura tries everything to get the password to decontaminate the Sentinels from her, but ends up failing. In the Kaiju P985, Shinomone activates Sentinel number 14 with her memories of Ida on her mind. Actually kind of interesting that, you know, Ryoko wasn't actually healed or anything. I mean, her condition just got worse and worse, yet here she is, fighting at our side, piloting the Sentinels. Tsukasa Okino. Although he dies in universal control due to an android attack, he's still able to communicate with Hijiyama inside Sentinel number 12. While the Sentinels couldn't be activated due to the effects of DD-426, Okino got them operational again by creating a code that reconstructed the nanomachines to nullify the effects of DD-426. Then applied the code to Miura, Sentinel number 19, which led to the completion of the Sentinel activation data. Furthermore, he made it so the completed data would spread to the other pilots as long as they come into contact with Miura. Okino 2188. Upon testing the DNA of the 15 individuals for Project ARC, it becomes clear that he is Chihiro Morimura's child. Chihiro. For the compatibility experiment, Morimura believed she had transplanted her own memories, previously saved in Sector 0, over to a clone, Chihiro. However, the memories that she transplanted from Sector 0 actually belonged to Professor Chihiro Morimura from 2188. When the 2188 Professor Chihiro Morimura's memories were restored to Chihiro, she witnesses the destruction caused by the Kaiju invasion and the extent of the situation's deviation from her original plan for Project ARC. Chihiro decides that for her plan to succeed, she needed a fresh start with a new world, devoid of all these problems and variables. Although they are both Chihiro Morimura and her efforts to enable Operation Aegis are obstacles to the original plan, so Chihiro kills her. It's Morimura. Morimura learns from a 2188 log that the 2188 Morimura is responsible for the end of humanity. Thinking that the others will discover this truth, she discreetly deletes the log. Moreover, when Morimura links up to the artificial satellite in orbit, she finds out that the stability of the facility, which is responsible for maintaining the world, is at its breaking point. She then decides to set Operation Aegis in motion to completely wipe out the Kaiju, even if it means stranding them all in a dead world. This Morimura has been in love with Yuri Izumi since she was young. Tsuyaida. He saved his consciousness in Sector 0 to prepare for the next loop. Nah, fair chance of that, dude. Thanks to Chihiro, she was able to evacuate the Sector 4 battlefield and find refuge in Sector 3. Yuki Inaba. Back when the final line of defense failed one loop ago, Kisaragi and the others tried to shift before the world got reset. Unfortunately, due to an explosion, their data was damaged and couldn't be fully reconstructed, preventing them from making it to the next world. Kengo Ogata, father of the 2188 Ninji Ogata, as well as the chairman of Shikishima Group. He died in 2187, but he left behind a simulated AI construct of his personality. He is responsible for manipulating Professor Morimura and pressing Project ARC forward, planning to revive himself through the use of the interlocutor and cloning technology on the New Earth. Automated Factory. Chihiro used the senior admin ID in the UFO's mainframe to stop the automated factory from producing kaiju. Isn't that nice? Interlocutor. 80% of the interlocutor memory is used to supply sensory data to their users. This ensures that whatever happens in the simulated reality feels real to them. Yep, simulation. When all self-defense systems within this sector are activated, the city will be cut off from universal control, which results in chaos and the disappearance of all residents. Operation Aegis. When all the self-defense systems of the terminal are activated, everyone in the city will disappear. Including us? I mean, we would be left behind, wouldn't we? Concealed every mystery file. The remaining mystery files will be converted into metachips. Okay. DD426 is the program code that Tetsuya Ida gives to Ryoko Shinomone, supposedly to greatly increase the Sentinel's capabilities. Shinomone ends up installing this into Aeshmah Sentinel, the nanomachine equivalent of a virus that attacks the brain. It severs a portion of the nanomachine that's physically connected to the cerebral cortex, which handles memory. As the connections get severed, the brain suffers damage, causing severe pain and memory loss. In the worst cases, the afflicted are left as mindless husks. Upon discovering that this program code could be used to sever the Daimos code, Tsukasa Okino tested the code on himself 1 year ago. However, he suffered gradual memory loss, so he had no choice but to become an AI with a simulated personality. Morimura and Renya Gouto try to get Shinomone to remember the password that disables DD426, but it results in failure, causing her to lose all her memories. Nice. In 1945, DD426 was successfully disabled thanks to Okino's nanomachine reconstruction and Keitaro Miura's efforts. Clones of the 15 survivors in the colony are the compatible ones. Probe. So that is how it looks, huh? Inside the probes are infrastructural storage cells called memory cubes, which allow the probe to compare itself to nearby probes and use them as a template for repairs. If a probe can't be repaired, then it dies, as a biological organism would, and the others move on. The probes that departed Earth with the DNA data of the 15 individuals surveyed an extremely wide range, replicating themselves infinitely until they found a new planet that humanity could inhabit. Which is probably where we are now. We just can't get out of the simulation. First generation Sentinels. Sentinel number 12 originally belonged to Tsukasa Okino, but he hid in the ocean of Sector 5 so that Morimura and the others wouldn't find and retrieve it. If something happened to him, Okino registered Hijiyama as its pilot. Cockpit! Since any pilots would suffer enormous damage from a kaiju strike to the Sentinels, Tsukasa Okino's original designs for the Sentinels didn't have a cockpit at all. So a large missile. Third generation Sentinel armament. Fires a powerful missile that can decimate a large area. The giant missile is 9.1 meters long and weighs 1 ton. Utilizing electromagnetic barriers, TNT, and aluminium dust, this weapon creates a wide-ranging dust explosion. Commercial District. The headquarters of the Special Investigations Unit is located on the top floor of the building next to the Aoi police station. Colony in Satellite orbit. This is where Project ARC began for the sake of continuing the human species, but is also the source of the nanomachine infection that wiped out humanity. In 2188, Aeshmah infiltrated Sector 4 and set off a bomb on its power generator in order to assassinate Morimura. Artificial satellite in orbit. An artificial satellite that orbits around the planet. After looking at the 2188 logs and figuring out a way to link to the satellite in orbit, Morimura learned about the facility. Morimura states that this artificial satellite is orbiting the real world. This is where the automated factory in Sector 1 is pulling the blueprint data for the Daimos from. Artificial satellite that presides over terraforming, the second phase of interstellar development. Controls the heavy machinery for planetary development and adjusts air temperature. This is where Miyuki Inaba exists. During the 2064 Sentinel infection incident, Inaba ends up shifting outside the world and over to the artificial satellite, where she comes across the 2088 data and learns the truth about the world. Connection gets cut off when the satellite is behind the horizon, as that puts it outside of comms range. Oh, that is the mothership. Also called the command ship or mothership, yeah. There we go. In orbit, Chihiro accessed this in order to stop the automated factory's mass projection of the Daimos. Sector 0. Unlike the other 5 sectors, this one is unique, as it doesn't take up any space. Since unaffected by loops, Morimura and Tetsuya Ida used it as an evacuation site when they stored their own data. Ah yeah, makes sense. Facility. Facility that houses the entire world. Its stability is reaching its breaking point. Once Sector 4 in 1985 gets taken over by Kaiju, the facility will reset, preventing any further loops. If this were to occur, the reset would wipe all data, including any memories stored in Sector 0. The lives that everyone has experienced through time would cease to exist for good. The 2006 Kaiju invasion. Because of this defeat, was a DD426 code that Shinemone put on the Sekigahara Sentinel. Cryptic note. These are numbers for the message service in 1985, which Sekigahara entrusted to Morimura before he lost his memories. And, you know, Morimura got killed by Chihiro. One envelope. Tetsuya Ida was the one who instructed Sekigahara to kill Morimura. Ida's files. A report from the civilian detective agency that Tetsuya Ida uses. It's nearly 200 pages long, and there's detailed information on the following 11 people: Yuki Takamiya, Tomi Kisaragi, Yori Fuizaka, Renya Gouto, Juro Kurabe, Natsuno Minami, Megumi Yakushiji, Shura Miguchi, Chihiro Morimura, Ryoko Shinemone, and Nenji Ogata. Out of all of them, documents on Komi Kisaragi are the most extensive by far. Then I left Takatoshi Hijiyama by Tsukasa Okino, who had disappeared. Okino prepared the message in the event that something might happen to him, explaining that he had tinkered with Hijiyama's body, shared Sentinel number 12 with him, and placed the activation switch on his left forearm. And there we go. Still don't have 100% though. I mean, there are still a few wins to come up, I guess. During or after the last battle. Do we actually have all the mystery files? I mean, it said as much. Nope, there are still a few missing here. Guess for more battles? We did get an S rank and a star in every one of those. I mean, other than, you know, the tutorial, but I don't think we could get any from there. Alright, guys. I think the last battle is approaching. So, yeah. Let me just quickly check something here. Alright, yeah. I will just, you know, take a really, really small break. Get something more to drink. Quickly use the bathroom. And I guess we will then finish the final battle here. So yeah, guys, hang tight. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Oh, there we are. I forgot my glass of water. Shit. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay. Actually, let me just quickly make sure of something here. No. Or do I? I mean, I just saved. I just want to make sure that there aren't any battle objective we should be getting here. But yeah, it doesn't seem like that. Let's just back to that. Okay, since I'm paranoid. Himawari Ward, Battle 10, Wave 10. Enhanced Giant High Quad Kaiju. I'm scared. Can never save enough, right? No, we can never save enough. Himawari Ward, Battle 10, Wave 10. You go. Enhanced Giant High Quad Kaiju. Clear without a Sentinel being immobilized. Maintain a charm defense rate of 50% or higher. Seems like the game doesn't have a lot of confidence in us now, does it? So yeah, I think this is my best team. Well, at least I like to think of it as exactly that. I think I actually want to go ahead and take that instead of leap attack. And let's upgrade that all the way. Her. Actually, do I want to take her or him? He has the mega railgun. What does her Hypocrisy do though? Oh yeah, it's a consecutive. I mean, that yields 2,150 times 2. That's about the same. No, I think I will take her. Just because she synergizes with Megumi. Right? Yeah. And because she also synergizes with Ogata. And that is also pretty good. Just for the heck of it. Flat torpedo. I don't know, man. Actually, where can I... trade in my mystery points now? Because I should be able to do that, right? Oh well. Oh, you know what? Can get some Sentinel upgrades actually. Increases EP recovery. Should definitely upgrade that then. Wow. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's something, I guess. Chance to nullify attacks is pretty lethal. Actually, I think the generator might be the most worthwhile thing at the moment. So I guess let's get everyone a bit of a boost. Might as well go through it. Yeah, okay. Enhanced high quad kaiju. Dinner from the other night. Clear without a sentinel being immobilized, maintain a terminal defense rate of 50% or higher. Let's try it. This is what we prepared for. 4 AM, May 28th.
なんだか様子が変だぞ。地面の振動を検知してる。ドローンで確認する。D 信号接近。迎撃態勢。戦闘情報処理開始。
なんだあれは。上の方が見えんぞ。あの大きさ。さらに強化してきたのか。あれも4本足の仲間か。でかすぎる。
高さ300メートル。今まで確認されている D の中で最大級ね。僕らが強すぎたんだ。だからバランスをとってる。重郎の言う通り、難関にするべくシステムが計算した結果がこれだ。
こっちが有利に進めるための仕組みじゃなかったのか。
少なくとも勝負できるレベルにしただけだ。どっちに転んでもおかしくない。結果は君たち次第だ。ここに来てハードルがまた一つ上がった。倒せば問題ないんでしょ。倒してみせるわ。肘山君、ターミナルを守るのを忘れるなよ。
In this battle, they must destroy the high quad EX. Oh my god. Well, it only has 100,000 though. High quad 2 kaiju that's been further improved and modified. Comes equipped with an arsenal of weapons and thick armor. All its weapons are long range, making the entire area a hazard. Wait. I'll look at some Apsos units. Jeez, there's already a lot on the field over there. Keep poison, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, I dig it. Did that get rid of the abscess though? I think it did. I think I will immediately use an EMP here. Oh, it's got anti-air flares as well, huh? Yeah, that should give me a bit of time here. Slowly advance with Gouto. Oh wait, they are shielded. Sure, were they mine? Let's see. At least it seems like we have the battle under control so far. Just have to get rid of that abscess somehow. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Slowly but surely. Oh. I'll try. So what are these now? Abscess X Alpha. There's the strongest nearby kaiju. Repairs very often, making destroying enemies a challenge. Taking down this kaiju quickly to prevent reparations. Okay. Let's wait a bit on these missiles still. I think I can just defend with her to use another missile. That's what I actually want to do here. What is that yellow circle? It's coming from the big kaiju. Anti-air flares, defensive blitz, MP assault. I think it's time for another plasma EMP. Wow, the city is taking a hell of a lot of damage. Try to get rid of these. Let's get rid of the applesauce. Okay. Still that one to take care of though. We are getting support out there. Are those just coming back in again and again? Because it sure as hell feels that way. Not exactly making a lot of progress here. Yeah, those are just coming back again and again and again. Just can get rid of this now. I hope. Yeah. Okay, not to actually damage this thing. Yeah, those are just coming back again and again. Okay, I think we gotta slowly bring him into that thing. To have him try and take care of that. Actually, I don't know if it will take damage as long as it has the flare out, so maybe let's just wait for a little bit here. Until that flare is actually gone. Just taking a bit of damage. forced to stop that though.
いつもの喧嘩と同じだ。ヤキ入れてやら。しゃあ。決まったぜ。
Okay. Actually, is that flare gone now? It is. Okay, let's actually get some damage in on the big guy here. Okay, only a few thousand more of those to do. Need a little bit of a breather here. Yeah, definitely starting to deal damage to the big guy. Actually thinking of getting him into the action too. At least move him a little bit closer so he can... okay, that wasn't enough. Definitely need another shield matrix over there though. Protect ninja. Actually, why don't we place a Guardian Avenger over there? Put them at bay. Big one occupied. Should still be able to hit that, right? Yeah. I think I will just drop down another one of these. How much HP do these actually have? 900. That's not necessary. Okay, dealing damage, dealing damage. It's a bit hard to see if he is still shielded though. Come on, really?
どうするよ。弾けろ。防御モードに移行。
気を緩める。手数を増やす。
僕は
It's not looking too bad so far.
よく考えるんだ。防御モード。
生き残るのよ。
やられたか。
よく考えて。23番機移動します。何すればいい？少しは慣れたかも。
Okay, I want to get rid of these though.
当たった。倒した。
Gotta protect Nenji.
生き残るのよ。私は諦めない。頼むわよ。
何かいい手は次の一手は常に先を
Using
読む。
another shield matrix over Nenji's, I suppose.
盾を作るぞ。
ありがとうよ。
何か手は。援護して。
I mean, at least the damage to the city has stabilized now.
いつもの喧嘩と同じだ。焼き入れて。
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on!
当たった。
One more?
必ず勝つのよ。希望を
I
晴れ
think one more.
じゃあやるか。
One more is all we need. Try and get rid of these.
撃破した。どうしたものか。盾を作るぞ。
感謝するわ。
喧嘩ならな。どうしたもんか。ここありがとうよ。どうだ。
私は何か手は。
どう攻める。22番機防御モードに移行。援護を頼む。
必ず勝つのよ。ピンチはチャンス。やるわよ。当たった。当たった。見て。怪獣を倒したわよ。シールドを張るわ。
ありがとうよ。
Okay, once Nenji is up, should be able to finish this, right?
必ず勝つのよ。私は諦めない。
俺なら
Come on, dude.
黙れ。
Finish it!
弾けろ。
Woo!
少しは慣れたかも。
It's not over yet.
進行を止めるわ。当たったの？
ハイクアット EX D 信号消滅確認。
Oh, jeez.
間もなくこのターミナルのイージスが起動する。残り一つだ。
稲葉さん、どうなったの？うまくいってるの？処理は完了。成功したみたい。中枢が反応している。
本当か？それじゃあ俺たち勝ったのか？
残念だけど、まだ終わりじゃないの。
守り切ったのか？
Then the third area. Let's see how well we did. Yeah, Nenji took a bit of a beating there.
うまくいったみたいだね。みんなのおかげだ。
We got Juro. 1,015 enemies. Still be an S? Got it. Yeah, took a bit of damage there, but he made it. Mission accomplished. Bonus objectives completed. Dinner from the other night. And of course more mystery points. Consider every mystery file. Your remaining mystery points have been converted into meta chips. Oh jeez. That's a lot of meta chips. A new area has been unlocked. Oh, I got the Supreme Defender trophy. Nice. Final area, Sakura Ward. There's more. What? There's actually still more. We aren't finished yet. Actually aren't finished. Oh jeez. Type 98 biped, a weaponized mech that predated the Sentinels, equipped with 16 rocket launchers and 2 Gatling guns. No way of handling close quarters combat, they were swiftly outclassed as the kaiju drew near. Right. And from the other night. Dinner Megumi Yakushiji made for you a kurabe the other night. Consists of 5 dishes: salt grilled mackerel, shikuzen ni, a Japanese-style rolled omelette, rice, and miso soup. It was set up to be shared between 2 people. Not only am I jealous, I'm also getting hungry now. I mean, that is quite the treat there that Megumi fixed up for Juro, isn't it? Yeah, still more destruction to do. Oh jeez. Final area Sakura Ward is now available. Sakura High School battle. Wave 1. It's another boss battle. Part of mini kaiju. Okay. Part of mini kaiju. Who do I take? Can't bring Shinomone. So I guess we bring Fuyusaka. Actually, what is that ability that Megumi just got? Whenever Kuro's HP decreases, but recovery speed increases. Huh. It's kind of useful. Critical speed increases in summoning weaponry. Okay. Well, I guess this actually went pretty well, I want to say, so... Why don't we just go ahead and upgrade our Sentinels even further? I mean, you know, I've got a cool 2 million points here. This is getting quite costly though. Let's maybe get it up to 15. That should be enough, I suppose. And maybe let's get everyone a generator of 10. I mean, you know, when she does have that, might as well increase it. Because I think it's more worthwhile to upgrade the abilities first and the stats later. At least that is my belief. Because the increase in power is higher if you increase the ability first, I think. Rest seems fine though. I wonder if speed actually does anything with the weight recovery time. Because if so, that would actually be more beneficial to do. Part of many kaiju. Okay. Let's see it.
もう後がない。どうする気かちゃんと説明してくれ。
ユニバーサルコントロールのことをどこまで知ってる？
世界がその年代に見えるように管理してるんだろう。
じゃあなぜこんなデタラメが許容されているのかな。
それは機能してないとか？
ユニバーサルコントロールは働いている。その証拠に海外でも同様の事態だと錯覚させる報道を行っている。
じゃあこれは異常じゃないってこと？その通り。あなたたちの D コードを通して正常なアクセスだと騙してからダイモスは現れるの。ユニバーサルコントロールは攻撃されているのを知らない。
中枢は何も判断できず制圧され、全てのリセットを強制される。
知っていたらこの状況を許すはずがないわ。
こんな派手にターミナルを塞いでんのに異常だと気づかないのか？
イージスがリンクを遮断するからそこからは何も感じられない。
これじゃ麻酔が効いてる間に切り刻まれるのと同じだな。
だから教えるのよ。痛みを騙されていることを、現状を理解させる。この状況が本当は緊急事態だって。どうやって？私のいる指令線からターミナルリンクの信号を中継できる。イージスで寸断されたリンクをこちらに迂回させて再接続した。ユニバーサルコントロールには見えるはずよ、現状が。これがあなたの言ってた計画？そう。もうこれしか残された道はない。私たち勝てるの？もう戦わなくていいの？まだよ。中枢が行動を起こすまであと5分44秒。それまでに最後のターミナルが制圧されれば世界はリセット。あなたたちは消滅よ。さあ
So this is the final battle, actually.
お願い守り抜いて
Okay. Spend the turn until the mainframe activates.
なんとかしなくちゃ。
Okay.
うまくやるんだ。
The only new thing to do, yeah, this is actually the last battle. It wasn't the one before. Oops. You can tell because Juro's skill is now active. Isn't that neat? Don't like that we are smack dab in the middle of all of this, no?
よく考えて頼むわよ
気を緩めるな。手数を増やす。
So how long are actually 5 minutes here? Pretty small fry here. Maybe you can get the best shot over there. Even though this is probably overkill. Yeah, I should probably just defend it with her.
絶対負けない
どうしたもんか。
ゴールモードに行こ
Yeah,
俺が相手だ。どうだ。
I think this is getting insane pretty quickly.
手数を増やす。
う私は何すればいい ?16 番
いつもの喧嘩と同じだ。
モードに行こ
This is to defend, right?
俺が相手だ。当たった。やったぜ。どうする。援護を頼む。
うどうしたら力を貸して
喧嘩なら慣れっこなはずなのにな。通さねえぞ。
常に先を読むんだ。
うだうだ悩んでも仕方ねえ。
集中するのよ落ち着いて
うまくやるんだ。ここを守れ。倒したぞ。
怪獣が現れた。
狙われてるみてえだな。
Jesus. This city is already starting to get pretty fucked. Jesus. Really are coming from everywhere here.
集中するのよ力を貸して私は何すればいい進行を止めるわうまく当てた
僕は
Oh jeez. I think I need an EMP here. Can't defend against all of this crap here. Just keep coming. I mean, I basically can't see shit anymore. But I guess that is exactly what this battle is all about. Halfway. This is only halfway. If you say so, game. Oh god, look at that. Look at all this crap here. Oh yeah. So I only got hit bad by something. Yeah, I don't think I have a choice but to do this here. What hit the terminal that hard? This is all pretty insane here. %. 'Everything is going to hell now. Oh jeez. I mean, we are somehow holding on. It's kind of miraculous to me. Music is definitely heating up as well. Yeah, just keep the flares up. Anything getting through here. Anymore. Seems like we are somehow holding on. The city is wrecked though. We do it? Like we didn't. Holy crap.
どうなったの？何も見えなくなった。みんなは？
いるよ。
外の様子が全くわかんない。そっちはどう？
同じだ。騎兵が反応しない。
騎兵からも降りられない。コックピットに閉じ込められてるぞ。落ち着きなよ。
And the pawns.
大きの司、お前生きてたのか？
僕だけじゃないよ。意識はないが玉尾さんも無事だ。
玉尾さんも本当か？
これをコックピットだと思っていただろうけど、実はそうじゃない。全く別のものだ。
それではここはどこなんだ？
僕の通信が君たちに届くということは、今はユニバーサルコントロールの外さ。
あの世界を出たというのか。まさかこれが現実世界だと。
現実世界？何の話だ？
あの5つのセクター、あれは作られた世界だ。俺たちは仮想現実にいたんだ。
仮想現実？僕たちはこの中で生まれ、ずっと夢を見て生きてきたんだよ。そして夢から覚め、現実に戻った。
待ってよ十郎くん。私たちがいるのは別の惑星じゃないの？だってそういう宇宙計画なんでしょ？
南の言う通り、ここは別の星で、その5つの居住区画の中だ。
そうだよ、網口くん。ここは地球じゃない。だけど地表にあるのは居住区じゃなく、僕たちが眠っていたこのポットの施設だ。
じゃあ今までのことは、あれが全部幻だっていうのか？
幻だけど嘘じゃない。そしてこれが尻尾。いいえ、滅びた世界から来た泉十郎の計画。この脱出計画だけが生存の可能性がある方法だった。ターミナルリンクの再接続で中枢に異常事態さえ認識させられれば、中枢は緊急脱出の手順を取る。彼はそれに気づいた。
それが奴の426の計画か。
すぐに脱出できないもう一つの問題もあった。あなたたちはまだポットの外で生きられない体だったから。
このコックピットはそういう？
そこから出るためには生命維持の肉体処置が必要だった。その処置が終わるまでどうしても時間が必要だったの。
俺たちはここから出られんのか？
安心して、処置は終了している。あの町のみんなはどうなるの？脱出計画を話さなかったのは、きっとそう言い出すと思っていたから。彼らは私と同じ存在。人間じゃないわ。各セクターで生活していた120万人の人たちは、ユニバーサルコントロールが作り出した AI なのよ。そんな簡単には割り切れない。安心できるかはわからないけど、博士が彼らを保存してくれたので、データは消えていないわ。まだ存在している。もう隠し事はなしにして、この宇宙計画は何なの？私たちを怪獣で試すのも計画のうちだったの？それはおそらく2188年の東雲涼子が計画を中止しようとしたから。 D が現れたのはそのせい。
中止？
これから住む星なら情報を知りたい。
乙女座方面、地球からの距離はおよそ1200光年。 RS13 アルファ惑星。月は2つある。太陽系出発からの現在までの経過時間は
もういい。
Yeah.
とても頭が追いつかねえよ。
そうね。あ
Ah,
なた
come
た
on
ち
then,
にと
Jay.
っては地球だわ。 もう衛星が大気圏に入る。司令船との接続も切れるわ。その前に一言謝らせて。私、この計画は無理だと思っていた。初めて騎兵に乗る子もいたのよ。ここでやれるだけやって未練を断ち切るつもりだったの。でもあなたたちは乗り越えた。どんなにテクノロジーが発達したとしても奇跡は人が起こす。人間もやるじゃない。ポットから出たら私と交信はできないけど、軌道上からいつでも見守ってる。忘れないで。
この映像をあなたたちが見ているとしたら、この箱舟計画は成功したということ。そこは地球じゃない。テラフォーミングされた第二の地球。可能性のある星を求めて探査機が宇宙に散らばる。その星が地球からどのくらい離れているのかはわからないけど、可能性のある一番近くの星でも12光年は離れている。経過時間も数万年。いいえ、もっと気の遠くなるような時間が流れているかも。残念だけど、この映像を見てる時点で人類はもういないわ。地球は滅びの運命を避けられなかった。あなたたちは私たちの生まれ変わり。そこは前人未到の希望に満ちた星。18歳になったあなたたちはこれから開拓と生活に必要な専門知識を身につけるべく2年ほど特別講習のプログラムを受けてもらうわ。その過程を終了した時、新たな故郷にその一歩を踏み出すの。こんにちは。私は倉部玉緒。人工知能が専門。この計画を手伝っているの。頼まれたので私から説明するわ。人間を含め動植物は遺伝子情報だけを運び、移住地でクローニングして再生します。ここに生き残った15人の遺伝子からもあなたたちが作られる。新たな人類となるのです。ただ、動植物は再生するだけでよくても、人間はそれだけではダメなの。文化や知識の継承があって、初めて人類たりうる。
There's a lot of puberty going to go on, isn't it?
だからあなたたち開拓者には地球で生活してもらうことにしたわ。生育ポットの中で地球の夢を見て過ごすの。新天地に降り立つ20歳になるまで。私たちにはそれを確かめる術はないけど、そうなるなら本当に
今の映像は計画通りだった時のためのものか。本来は20歳で外に出る予定だったんだ。真っ暗だ。ポットが開いた。みんなはどこに？
ほら、ゆっくり立ってすぐ外の光に目が慣れるから。
薬師寺。
あなたで最後よ、十郎。みんなもう外にいる。行こう。どうしたの？驚いた顔して。
これが本当の薬師寺なんだなって。
あっちと違う？
すごく近くに君の鼓動を感じる。
やっとあなたと触れ合えた。これからどうすればいいのかな。
みんなのところへ行こう。人類存続の計画なんだ。どうするかなんて決まってる。生きるのさ。
And we got the platinum. And it's over. Oh, jeez. Yeah, well, yeah. I think the story is actually more straightforward than one would be led to believe. Hmm. Although I'm still not sure if I like the Matrix ending there. It's not over.
再起動完了。ユニバーサルコントロールは正常だ。
こちらも大丈夫。ターミナルは問題なくリンクされてる。
セクター4が生き返った。
さすがね、井田君。あなたに任せてよかった。
トミー、君は僕に愛想を尽かしたんだと思っていたよ。
司令船に転移して孤立した時、私が誰の ID を頼ったかわかる？
網口、シュウ。
私にとっていつだって頼りになるのは井田君、あなたなの。わからない？
私はただ君と一緒にいたかったんだ。許されるなら君のそばへ行きたい。
こっちへ。それは素敵ね。でも全セクターの復旧が終わったらかな。
それならすぐに片付けてしまうよ。できないとでも？
いいえ、井田君は何だってできる。だって私が愛してる人だもの。もうすぐ司令船が地平線に入るわ。14時間のお別れね。
ああ、通信が切れるまで 君の歌が聴きたいな。
Well, looks like he got us redemption as well.
まさかここへ戻ってくるなんて。あなたたちには驚かされるわ。それでどうなの、外は。
ここを出て5年経ちました。地上の基地も2拠点に増え、生活も安定してきたところです。
施設を復旧し、技術も学んでいます。
涼子と私はこの町の人々をポッドで再現できないか研究中です。
遺伝子工学者の東雲涼子の研究記録から遺伝情報を操作する技術を見つけました。可能なはずです。そうですよね。
確か彼女、計画に参加する前にそんな研究をしていたわね。 AI たちをポッドで人間に。
何年かかるか分かりませんが、第二の地球へ向かいたいんです。
なんだ、うまくやっているようね。リーダーとしての私は必要なさそうだわ。
お話を伺いました、博士。研究を見てもらえませんか。
賭けはあなたの勝ちだものね。仕方ない。手伝うわ。
お願いします、森村博士。
彼もここへ来てるの。
三浦も来ています。
それじゃあ会いに行かないと。家族だもの。
待ってください、ご一緒します。行こう、涼子。
ちゃん、今日はミワちゃんの好きなもの食べに行こう。そうそう、おごるおごる。もうなんなの。あ、ネンジ君。
おお、美和子、久しぶりだな。お、宇佐美。
何よ。
お前こんなだったっけ。
惚れ直した。
今と比べてぺったんこじゃねえか。ほんと育ってよかったな。
この野郎。あの頃チンクシャとか抜かしてたの忘れてないぞリーゼント。今日は私戻んないから、あんた先に戻って子供の面倒頼むわよ。子供？ああミワちゃん、こっちこっち。
Be careful what you talk about, huh?
なんでもないない。ちょっとウサミちゃん、ごめん。そういや A のやつは。あの人こういうの苦手だから。相変わらず協調性ないな。みんなのポットをモニターしてるって。まあいっか。もしかしてさ、二人とも彼氏が。まさか。そんなことより女の子だけのお楽しみよ。何食べたい？
なんだ、よかったじゃねえか。
そりゃそうだろ。お前の中のナノマシンにいたんだ。そりゃ俺も一緒にポッドから出ちまうだろ。
泉さんが一緒に来てくれなかったら施設の復旧はここまでできなかった。
おいおい、 ここでは芝九太。
分かったよ芝君。
見ろよ十郎。元通りだ。
でも時間設定を無理やり事件前に戻したからあちこち矛盾が生じてるはずなんだ。
心配性だな十郎。辻褄を合わせるのはユニバーサルコントロールに任せろ。
そうだね。
俺のデータをこっちに移したからしばらくお前の中には戻らないぜ。
分かってるよ。
あっと忘れるとこだった。いいビデオが手に入ったんだ。例のビデオ見るだろ。
もちろんだよ。
十郎、
めぐみ。
驚いた。5年で随分たくましくなっていたのね。かわいい。
君は変わらず綺麗だ。
なんだ、こっちでも見せつけようってのか。まったく猫なで声を出しやがって。
泉さん、
見てられないぜ。
その人格やめてください。
しょうがねえな。邪魔者は消える。
芝君、後でうちに来てよ。
ごちそう作るわ。
俺のは猫缶だろ。
ちゃんと来てね。
お、慶太郎。
レンジか。そうだ、確かそんな頭だった。
これがいいんだよ。夏の待ってんのか。
ここで待ち合わせなんだ。
こいつも尻に敷かれちまいそうだな。
Oh god.
大型てめえを待ってたんだ。
輪島。
つらかせや。今日こそ白黒つけてやる。
Again.
なんだよ。ずっと待ってたのかよ。俺を。ちくしょう。じんときたぜ。
なんのこっちゃ。
輪島よ。よかったな。生き返って。
てめえ殴んぞ。
ああ、殴れいくらでも。
この野郎泣いてますぜ。なんかやべえぞ大型。悪いもんでも食ったんじゃねえのか。
Oh my god.
慶太郎くん、お待たせ。
夏野さ
ごめんね、部室寄ってて。
ん、目が真っ赤だ。泣いていたのか。
だってそれは彼に再会できたから。
消去前の状態を復元できたんだね。
BJ の守り抜いたデータが今も私たちに知識を与え助け続けてる。
こうして戻ってこられたのも君のおかげだ。
すごいな君たちは。
三浦、私のナノマシンに入って外に出てみないか。
君と戦い。
あら BJ、 私の中でもいいわよ。
そうなら考えておくよ。
じゃあ行きましょうか。
それで私をどこへ連れて行くんだい。
私の家に来てもらって旦那様になる人ですってお父さんお母さんに紹介する。
え、今から？
なっちゃん、ゆうきちゃん、こっちへ今来たの？
小夏がぐずるからポッド入るの遅くなっちまった。
小夏ちゃん、ママ大好きだもんね。
小夏のやつ小さい頃のなっちゃんそっくりだろ。もしかすると私となっちゃんの娘なんじゃないかと思うんだ。
そんなわけないでしょ。
それより聞いたぞ。ようやく結婚決めたって。慶太郎は堅物すぎるからな。
しかしこういうことは責任が取れるようになってからでなくては。
誰かさんとは大違いだ。それで式いつやんの？
今日はまず私の家に挨拶しに行こうかと。
なっちゃんち？懐かしいな。おばさん元気かな。行こう。
シュウ君は？
いいよ、あんな浮気者。
ユキ、ここにいたのか。
網口くん。
なんだよ、こんなとこまで来てまだ怒ってるのか。未遂だろ。
東雲さんにモーションかけたんだって。
俺は女の子の味方だっつってな。
あれは伊田哲也の記憶のせいで。
私は小夏がいれば十分だ。
そうだな、俺は大バカだ。娘も奥さんも命より大事なのに。君以上の女性はどこにもいない。この頃もきっとこれからも。
そんな簡単に許さねえぞ。
君に俺の部屋を見せたいんだ。
残念でした。私はなっちゃん家へ行くんだよ。行こうぜ。
後で電話してよ。バイクで迎えに行く。
ユキちゃん、言ってあげなよ。
仕方ねえ。なっちゃんがそこまで言うなら後で電話する。
玉尾さん、ここです。ほら、40年経っても見覚えがあるでしょ。
そうね、懐かしい。
セクター5も間もなく復旧します。そうしたら慶太郎と3人で里帰りしましょ
う。40年で人はこんなに前に進めるんですもの。私たちだってできるわよね。
肘山くん、僕を放っておいて君はデートか。プレイボーイ気取りかね。
出やがったな、沖野。違うな、俺は。
まあ、可愛らしい。キリコちゃんの格好ね。
どうした、肘山くん。
もう女装ごときで俺を惑わせると思うな。5年の葛藤は伊達ではない。
君は愚かだ。ここは仮想空間だぞ。どうして僕が性別を変えないで来たと思うんだ。
何？
Oh my god。
まさか。
確かめていいぞ。
その手に乗るものか。
妙なとこ行くじなしだな。
バカ野郎。そういう問題じゃないだろう。どうしろってんだ。
高俊さんは本当に沖野くんが好きなのね。
違います。
こっちの高俊さんはずいぶん元気なのね。あなたは
玉尾さんが2人。
ああ、18番だよ。
ループした玉尾さんか。
彼女は意識だけでドロイドなんだ。知らない仲でもないし復元してみた。
はじめまして。あなたがもう一人の私ね。はじめまして。
しかしあれだ、ここで立ち話もないだろう。表へ出よう。こんなカビ臭い暗がりに連れ込むとは。肘山くんのデートはセンスのかけらもないな。おそう気だったのか。
貴様のその神経が信じられん。
しょうがない。僕が一肌脱ぐとするか。もっとカップル向きの場所を教えよう。じゃあ18番、玉尾さんをよろしく。
こっちは大丈夫。
ちょっと待て、何がカップルだ。
ほら行くぞ。
なぜ貴様と2人で。
いい大人がダダをこねるな。
私まだよく分かってなくて。あなたたちのこと、いいえ、私たちが目指していた 未来の姿お話しします。途方もない時間を経て奇跡的に達成されたこの宇宙計画の全てを。
待たせちまった。森村先生、
これどういうこと？説明してもらえるかしら、十郎。
Oh, so she knows, huh?
君を必ず助けると約束した。覚えてないか？
覚えてる。
時間はかかったけど、初めからやり直そう。
初めから？
ああ、ようやくこうして話せる。全部終わったらと約束したことは。
それも覚えて
る。でもこっちは忘れてるだろうから伝えておく。君を愛してる。
それは覚えがないかな。でも私が愛してるのは覚えてる。
The end. Well, there we go, boys and girls. Any entry has been added to the event archives. Additional characters can now be viewed in the event archives. Additional characters. You now restart each protagonist's story from the beginning at the protagonist selection screen. The fourth area of the section has been unlocked. Sure. So look, everything is at 100%. Isn't that great? Infinite possibilities. Player manages boundaries drive for survival. The probes repeat the cycle of self-replication, creating infinite possibilities across the vast expanse of space. Certainty. Wait, did we see that?
「繰り返します。ただいま番組を中断し緊急速報をお伝えしています。隕石のように飛来してきた大型の未確認物体は建物を壊しつつ現在も霞町方面に北進中です。明日ましては緊急非常事態宣言が出され、周囲の3区で今も避難が呼びかけられています。
怪獣とか嘘だろ。南逃げるんだ。
一体何が起きてるの？
Is that just another start of the story?
り返します。ただいま番組を中断し、緊急速報をお伝えしています。隕石のように飛来してきた大型の未確認物体は建物を壊しつつ現在も霞町方面に北進中です。明日までは緊急非常事態宣言が出され、周囲の3区で今も避難が呼びかけられています。
怪獣とか嘘だろ。南逃げるんだ。
一体何が起きてるの？
Not quite sure what to make of this, actually. But okay. So yeah, that was all the endings. Okay. Anything new here? Yeah, Tetsuya Ida, 2188. During a bug regression test, 2188 Tetsuya Ida noticed that the part of the final phase had been altered, so he reported this discovery to Renya Gouto. A change was made in Chihiro Morimura's host to trigger memory override. Though the memory's contents remain unknown, it's clear that Juro Izumi was the one who made the change. No, we got all that, right? Tsukasa Okino from 2 loops ago, 32 years ago, survives the war. Along with his friends Juro Izumi and Morimura, he goes down the giant tunnel which a kaiju created and discovers universal control, how to shift between different sectors, and the countdown to the destruction of their world. Although he was able to set Izumi and Morimura to see the next loop by shifting them to Sector 0, he himself disappeared along with that world. Tamao Kurabe, 2188. Since humanity lacked the technology to sustain life across multiple light years travel at the time, Tamao Kurabe's plan for Project ARC was to transport only the genetic information over to the New World, where cloning and species restoration efforts were to core. However, since she believed that humanity is defined by the inheritance and evolution of our culture and knowledge, she also came up with the growth pods to teach the necessary information in the virtual world over the course of 20 years. Yeah, like I said. Tamao Kurabe, 1 loop ago. The AI of Tamao Kurabe that was born 1 loop ago. The body is the Tamao android prior to 426 taking control of it, and the Tomi Kisaragi android 426 chased Natsune Minami into the girl's bathroom. Tamao fought and destroyed the Kisaragi android. However, 426 seized the opportunity to take over Tamao Kurabe's body, which erased her AI. As Juro Izumi would have become a husk through the battle in 2025, she changed his personality into the calm and obedient Juro Kurabe. She took pity on Megumi Yakushiji, who loved the prior Izumi, so she allowed Yakushiji to live with Kurabe and look after him. Tamao Kurabe 985. When the Tamao Kurabe from 1 loop ago arrived in 1985, the AI Tamao Kurabe, Granny, originally from 1985, was erased by universal control since they are the same person. To eliminate any discrepancies, the erased Tamao was established to be visiting relatives in Shimane. Oh. Okay. Though Chihiro was born on March 2nd, 2100, her actual identity is Professor Chihiro Morimura from 2188. Therefore, she has no recollection about 2 loops ago, or the time before Chihiro was born in the current loop, as those memories belong to the Morimura from 2 loops ago. She also has the memories from 2188, which include knowledge about Project ARC and the simulated space, her feelings towards Juro Izumi, and her maternal instincts towards Tsukasa Okino. Ms. Morimura. The grown-up version of Chihiro Morimura from 2 loops ago. When the world was reset, the Morimura that was safe in Sector 0 continued into the new world as a simulated personality. Yeah, because her actual body is dead. Or has been disposed of. An AI managed by Universal Control. Sad Miwako. AI managed by Universal Control. During the Kaiju invasion 2 loops ago, 32 years ago, Juro Izumi arrived at a mysterious underground facility, along with his friends Tsukasa Okino and Morimura. With Okino's help, Izumi and Morimura managed to escape the end of that world, but through their radical actions in an attempt to change the future, Izumi gets captured by the government and becomes known as prisoner number 426. But Juro Izumi from 2 loops ago looks like after 16 years. 426. So identity is Juro Izumi from 2 loops ago. Tried to kill all the candidates 1 loop ago, because he theorized that the kaiju invasions would stop if all candidates for the decoy control key were gone. Yeah, didn't work out. An AI, an AI, an AI. They're all AI constructs. All AI constructs. All AI constructs. AI. Automated factory. Most functions of the current automated factories take place online. Not only has the production time been drastically shortened, but due to the technological leaps of 2188, the potential range of products output is near infinite. DD426. IDA uses DD426 in hopes that the Sentinel project will result in failure. He had given up on this world, so he wanted to start a new loop quickly. Deimos code. Program code that was written in 2188, 20 million years ago, during the heyday of an ancient civilization. 2188 researcher Yoko Shinomone was sick of humanity and believed peace could only be attained through genocide. She was the one responsible for this code. 20 million years. This has gone on for about 20 million years, huh? Okay then. Loop. One loop ago refers to one loop before the current time, and 2 loops ago refers to 2 loops before the current time. You don't say. The nurturing of the 15 members started once the terraforming of the new planet was completed, but the details of the terraforming's official end date are unknown. Therefore, the details of when the current loop began, or how many have passed before it, are unknown. However, based on the stability of the facility, it's believed that there have been at least 300 loops leading up to this point. So the terraforming was already done. Okay. So 300 loops. A loop happens every 16 years. So about at least, they've been on this planet for at least 4,500 years then, haven't they? Cool. Proliferation of probes. A theory that Professor Yuki Takamiya of 2188 advocated and implemented for Project ARC. Probes carry DNA payloads to keep the human race alive, and they self-replicate and repair using the natural resources mined from asteroids in their path through deep space. They continually build up and break down, even through any unforeseen accidents. As long as they proliferate themselves like living organisms, they'll eventually arrive at their destination. Growth pods intended to pass down humankind's culture knowledge over the course of 20 years. These were meant for the 15 individuals who would inherit the new land. Those inside experience a world indistinguishable from the reality through their nanomachines as they were living a normal life on Earth. Leap attack, first generation Sentinel function. Using the rocket engines and giant pistons on both legs, the Sentinel leaps high into the air. The massive shockwave upon landing is powerful enough to topple kaiju. MP Attractor unleashes a first generation Sentinel armament. Unleashes a forward aimed electromagnetic pulse and paralyzes the enemy's electrical equipment. This draws enemy attention, which can be useful for distracting them from high priority targets. It can also stop the rotor blades of flying enemies, bringing them crashing to the ground. Anti-air defensive flares. First generation Sentinel armament. Spreads numerous super-rated flares into the air, destroying aerial kaiju and missiles. Anti-ground multi-log missiles. First generation Sentinel armament. Launches several auto-homing missiles at ground-based kaiju. Deprioritizing anti-air capabilities has made these missiles lighter, while still preserving the Sentinel's mobility. Limiter removal. First generation Sentinel function. When the Sentinel's joints or drive systems are under stress, temporary restrictions are placed on their movement to make sure those areas don't break. By removing these safe operating limits, however, the Sentinel can move at 3 times its normal speed. Long periods in this state will cause the Sentinel to break down, so it is considered best to avoid extensive use. Tackle. First generation Sentinel function. Tackles kaiju along its path at a speed of Mach 1.47. To utilize the same propulsion power typically reserved for its leap attack, so a trajectory parallel to the ground results in explosive speeds. Defensive mode. First generation Sentinel function. Utilize the Sentinel's movement energy to create an electromagnetic armor. Sentinel's move speed gets reduced, but its defense power increases significantly. EMP surrounding. Unleashes a powerful electromagnetic pulse around the Sentinel to stop any movement and draw their attacks. Every kaiju will crash into the ground as this pulse briefly cuts their power. Heavy Knuckles. Second generation Sentinel armament. Attacks kaiju by launching heavy impact arms towards them. The arms were originally built to break down massive pillars for high-rise buildings. Arm-mounted machine cannons. Showers kaiju in front of the Sentinel with a hail of bullets from the machine guns mounted on both arms. The giant 6-barrel Gatling guns fire bullets at a rate of 4,500 rounds per minute. The initial firing speed of the bullets can reach 1,100 meters per second. Anti-piercing ground rocket launchers. The missile heads are made of a highly durable nickel-chromium molybdenum steel alloy. Once the tip pierces through the thick kaiju armor, the explosive in the body of the missile detonate and explode. The thicker the armor of its target, the more destructive its power is. Jammer rocket launchers. Fires of rockets that shoot nanomachines into kaiju, temporarily decreasing their defensive and mobility functions. Guardian Avenger. Taking advantage of its kaiju attracting capabilities, this Guardian has a self-destruct function. It uses the same technology as a drum mine. Shield emitter. Once placed, this giant device shoots off numerous tiny drones, shielding nearby Sentinels with an electromagnetic barrier. Plasma Arc Fusion Cutter. The ultimate weapon of the second generation. This large fusion cutter creates super hot plasma from an arc discharge and cuts through kaiju armor. Though it uses an enormous amount of energy, it can melt through any kind of armor. Chest-mounted 6 multi-launching rapid cannons. Third generation Sentinel armament. Probably fires of large caliber rounds in incredible range. More technically, they're known as 22 caliber 46 cm 6-barrel cannons. Has a maximum fire rate of 85 rounds per minute. Each shell weighs 1.5 tons, and the initial launch speed can go up to 1050 meters per second. 1.5 tons. Where are they keeping all of this ammunition in their bodies? Long-range missiles. The missiles use inertial guidance, flight path calculations through an accelerometer and position control through a gyro, fly towards their target, then activate laser homing, where the missile fires a laser at the target to guide itself, to accurately hit the kaiju. Anti-ground hunter missile. Launches high-penetration anti-ground missiles at a long distance, attacking ground kaiju in their weak spots. More technically known as armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sabot rounds. The penetrator is stick-like and made of tungsten alloy. When the missile strikes the target at a speed of 1,800 meters per second, the penetrator melts along with the kaiju's armor and punctures them. Homing missiles. Launches high-powered homing missiles at the kaiju it locks onto. The missile itself does an image analysis of the target and finds the most efficient route to fly in and attack. Because of this, no matter what sort of evasive maneuver the target makes, the missile is guaranteed to hit. Anti-air bombardment. Attacks aerial kaiju with multiple anti-air missiles. As this weapon was developed as a close-quarter aerial defense system, it has a short range but a fast response time. The missiles are 2.82 meters in length and have a diameter of 14.61 centimeters. Missile rain. Rapidly launches multiple clusters of missiles. There are 10 smaller missiles inside each cluster, and the missiles disperse mid-flight, raining down on right area. Main battery heavy railgun. Fires around at high speed through powerful electromagnetic induction. By focusing this model's plentiful electrical energy into the rails, a tremendous amount of Lorentz force is created in the direction of the barrel, and the round is propelled with incredible acceleration. Main battery mega railgun. Enhanced version of the heavy railgun, modified to greatly increase the amount of electricity input, limit the joule heat generation, and reduce friction. Stun knuckles. Attacks with the giant stun guns on each arm, stopping all kaiju movement. Thanks to learning from the flaws of the Type 98's design, namely being useless at close range, even the long-range attacker has a melee armament equipped. MP Stunner. Unleashes an electromagnetic pulse around the Sentinel, stopping all kaiju movement. Unlike the linear EMP attractor of the first generation, this weapon affects all kaiju in a large area by expending a plentiful amount of electricity. Arm-mounted convergent lasers, 4th generation Sentinel armament. Shoots convergent lasers beams from both arms. Its power is equivalent to a few shots of the normal pulse laser, but easily pierces through armor due to being focused in one direction. 4th generation units are the only Sentinels capable of using laser weapons, the arm-mounted convergent lasers being one among them. Flare torpedo. Fires a proximal mine that floats and stays in place, exploding when a kaiju moves near it. The primary destructive power comes from the heat produced, rather than the impact from the explosion. It differentiates between Sentinel and kaiju by analyzing the reverberations of the radar waves, which prevents attacking the wrong target. Floating mine. Utilizing the 4th generation's mobility, this device releases a number of mines while on the move. When kaiju get near them, they explode, heating their armor and damaging them. Multi-lock missile. Fires multiple homing missiles that automatically target kaiju legs and wings. Each missile targets a hostile automatically, so they may not necessarily hit the intended kaiju. Gravity missiles. Based on the mechanic of the simulation game Deimos. The kaiju are drawn toward the point of explosion through gravitational force. In Deimos, this appears as an equipable weapon called Black Hole. Black Spike. Punctures the kaiju's armor and unleashes an electrical attack directly within them. By conducting a high voltage surge of electricity, it destroys the electrical equipment of the kaiju through intense, violent vibrations in the metal molecules. Shield repair. Modified version of the shield support matrix. Medium-sized drones envelop the Sentinel in an electromagnetic shield, while smaller drones are dispersed to repair the damaged portions of the Sentinel. Counter. Sentinel function. When the Sentinel is attacked, it will immediately counter-attack. This depends more on the battle sense of the pilot rather than the automated systems of the Sentinel. Composite ceramic armor. Sentinel equipment. A highly defensive effect is achieved through the many layers of special ceramic armor. It has an overwhelming defense capability compared to regular armor, especially against lasers and directional energy weapons, piercing rounds, and even explosive energy rounds. Hypercondenser. A modified condenser made to greatly enhance weapon efficiency. The metal plates inside the condenser are 50 nanometers thick, and the space between each plate is only 40 nanometers. An incredibly high performance condenser. Force cooling device. A device that was developed to prevent system overheating and structure distortion from repeated use of weaponry. A powerful cooling device that utilizes liquid metal to remove tremendous amounts of heat. The kaiju are the result of a program created by Ryoko Shinomune of 2188, created to attack the simulated world by utilizing the simulation game Deimos. She had done this to make sure humanity would not survive to see the new world. Worker. Originally transport drones for construction material. Universal Control. All humans except for the 50 members of Project ARC are AI constructs that are controlled by Universal Control. Artificial satellite in orbit. Once a probe arrives at the new planet and creates the artificial satellite, it also creates the facility and the growth pods there. Inside the growth pods, all the DNA data is used to start the nurturing process of the 15 project members. The command ship monitors the surface facilities so it can determine whether the final phase needs to be redone before any harm may come through these facilities. Sector 0. Juro Izumi and Morimura were able to unintentionally skip the loop because Tsukasa Okino sent the data to Sector 0 when the world was about to disappear 2 loops ago. Since then, Sector 0 has been used as a means to skip the loop. It's actually allocated to the virtual world playback machine as a storage region for the massive data that makes up each virtual space. Sector 1. A virtual space created in order to pass on the cultural knowledge of humanity to the 50 individuals arriving in the new land. Yeah, all the same. Facility, in truth, it holds the growth pods and the computers that simulate virtual space. This facility was constructed on the planet after the terraforming phase was completed, built to last for about 5,000 years. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense if there were already 300 loops done, which each take about, 16 years. That puts us really close to those 5,000 years. Yeah, you can even see the parts in this little dome there in the middle. Yeah, we have been on this planet for about 5,000 years. After about a 20 million years hike through the universe to a planet that was 1,800 light years away. Jeez. Actually not a dream, but a real event that Juro Izumi fought to 6 of 2 loops ago, and Morimura experienced 1 loop ago. After this incident, Izumi gets captured by the police, and Morimura escapes to another sector. Interstellar Development Project. The first phase of this space initiative ends with the dispersal of countless probes carrying the DNA data of the 15 individuals. The second phase ends when the terraforming of the new planet is completed. The final phase refers to the creation of clones based on the DNA data of the 15 individuals, dormant until they safely arrive at the new Earth when they reach 20 years in age. Furthermore, the 15 clones spend their 20 years in a virtual space while they undergo a special training program designed to provide vital knowledge for the final 2 years. Nightmare. This dream is an incident that occurred 1 loop ago, and the person who killed everyone is Juro Izumi 4-6 from 2 loops ago. There was a total of 6 deaths, which include Juro Izumi from 1 loop ago, Ace Sekigahara, Ryoko Shinomone, Tsukasa Okino, Yakushiji, and Morimura. Sector 5. Keitaro Miura, Takatoshi Hijiyama, and Tama Kurara were born in this era. 1980s. Sector 4. Yuki Takamiya, Natsuno Minami, and Nenji Ogata were born in this era. 2020s. 2020 is an era of worldwide progress in communications technology, as well as rapid growth in simulated reality and video content. Furthermore, advancements in medical technology vastly improve human longevity. Sector 3. Megumi Yakushiji, Tomi Kisaragi, and Shu Amiguchi were born in this era. Moreover, Tetsuya Ida and Miyuki Inaba were born in this era one loop ago. Oh, that's right, Shu is originally from this one. Right. 2060s. 2060s are characterized by rapid worldwide progress in robotics and AI technology. With the Mars exploration starting to gain momentum, the terraforming project becomes more and more feasible. Sector 2. Ace Sekigahara, Renya Gouto, and Ryoko Shinomone were born in this era. 2100s. Sector 1. Juro Izumi, Chihiro Morimura, and Tsukasa Okino were born in this era. This motorcycle initially belonged to Morimura, but since Sekigahara was borrowing from her, both Morimura and Sekigahara registered as its user. Mental agreement. Those prepared by the Tamao android, which contains a similar personality of Tamao Kurabe. The truth. There you go, boys. The truth. And girls, sorry. The place they reside on is now planet RS-13 Alpha, 1,200 light years from Earth, following the Virgo constellation. It has been 20 million years since the probes departed Earth. When the terraforming of the new planet was finished, the cloning process from the DNA of the 15 began in the facility area. The city that the 15 believed to be reality was a simulated environment in digital space, while in reality, their true bodies were gestating in growth pods. The nanomachines in their brains made the experience feel real. These are the experiences of 15 children who ventured forth into an undiscovered land, 20 million years after humanity initiated Project Ark on the brink of extinction. After millennia of wandering through space, they finally found a new home. That is the truth. I mean, I really enjoyed the story. I just don't know if I enjoyed the ending as much, though. Because, you know, I said that a few times now, but that whole Matrix thing there. Actually, let's take a look here. How does this work? I guess we can just jump in wherever we want now, right? I think they said as much. But they also said we can continue doing this. Oh, wait, what? Got a fourth area. In the final area. Oh, we only got a B rank. Holy crap. Yeah, we took a bit of damage there, I guess. So I guess we can go ahead and do that again. Because, you know, a B rank isn't so great, is it now? Not that it mattered too much. But then again, you don't get anything for doing it good. But we do have Sumire Ward now. Fourth area. So why don't we do some more battles here? I think I would like to do that. What about you guys? Because the battling is kind of fun. So, yeah. I will take a very quick break here. Get something more to drink. And I guess we will then jump in here. See what that is all about. Alright guys, don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright. Just quickly open the window here. It's getting kind of stuffy in here. Okay. So yeah, let's take a look at what all of this is about then. Part of various ground kaiju. Oh, everybody is good for fighting again, huh? Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I think I have all the abilities I would want. Don't I? I could probably enhance that. Should I actually ever want to use it? It's quite a lot of EP actually. Let's just quickly go over and enhance everybody's abilities to the max, at least the abilities they have equipped. Yeah, maybe not all of them. Just not seeing a lot of use for some of them, to be honest here. Apparently she is good with that, but never used it, so I wouldn't know. Might actually give this a try. If it ever comes to it. Okay, with that out of the way. Decreases brain overload, so I could actually have them fight even more battles, I suppose. Accuracy, speed, and experience goes up. Yeah, but I still think that the generator is my best bet. So let's get everybody up to 15, I want to say. I should drain my pawns already, but quite a bit. So let's switch out these two. Also, yeah, Natsuno, right? I don't think I actually have enough points to do that. Ah! Yeah. Oh, doesn't matter. Alright, let's have a look at that. What is this going to be? Oh, it's quite windy outside. Holy crap. Although immediately other Sentinels in the groups here. That is troubling. But I guess we will just stick to our tactics for now. Yeah, there are quite a lot of gladiators in these waves. Can I still hit them even though that flare is there? Seems like I can't. Well, everything seems to be in order so far. What was that? I think we are at the end of this battle. Yep, that's it. Oh no, we took a bit of damage, how could we? Also, yeah, let me maybe just go ahead and close the window again. Optimally efficient. Okay then. Always with the city damage. Oh, they get immediately converted, huh? Okay. But yeah, I guess we can just continue battling here. Out of modified Terra Carrier Kaiju. Oh wait, it got rid of my consecutive battle bonus. Aw, man. Why did it do that? Was it just because I finished the game? I mean, yeah, everybody was recovered, so... That's kind of dumb. I think I will just use this team for a little bit. This is the same map as before. I mean, if not, it looks very similar. Actually, not a lot going on. Yeah, so far this is pretty easy. Actually. I don't think I need to do this. We're pretty much done here anyway. I think. Did the last one. Yeah, look how much of a damage difference that is between these sentry guns and these interceptors. It's actually pretty insane. Which actually makes me think if it's actually worth it to use these interceptors. I mean, you know, there are different targets for the enemies to focus on, so might still be worth it. Anyway, Sumire Ward Battle 3. Look at that. Why is Nenji already out of it? Oh, he doesn't have the Neuralink. Oh. Interesting, I never got that for them. Yeah, not everybody has that. Totally didn't notice that. Yeah, well, they do now. So who do I bring instead of Ogata? What skills do you have again? There's one that ties in with him, right? Not really. Yeah, because we'll just bring him then. Part of air is medium kaiju. What the fuck is a medium kaiju? Medium-sized one? But it seems like these are all horde battles. Oh yeah, we are on the corner. I do like that. easier to defend. You all stay where you are. Wait, did I just heal them? Yeah, might try one of these out. And the music again. Yeah, I think that's the rest of the enemy forces once more. Yep. Tactics drill. didn't actually take any damage again. Okay. I think I could just press yes now, couldn't I? There is aerial kaiju. Oh, he has the same as Miura, doesn't he? Yeah. Particular speed increases the less armaments equipped. Oh. Oh, there's a thought. We basically could just give him hypercondenser and the interceptors. And leave everything else off him. And he would be hella fast. Probably. Let's just wait a bit more. With increasing our stats again. But I don't think we need to do this for every battle. It's actually faster to do it in chunks, I guess. We're in the middle again. Yeah, he does have that. Holy crap. They're under control.
奴らは
さあどうする？喧嘩なら負けねえんだが。どうしよう。
引くわけにはいかない。
頑張れば
奴らのいい的じゃねえか。
Let's wait for that wave to come down before we do another EP thing. They are in range there.
叩きつぶす。やったか。
なんとかしなきゃ。気合よ、気合。しっかりしないと。早く離れた方が良さそうだな。
Should be now there.
当たった。
誘導すべきだ。迷っている暇はない。
Wait for that wave down there.
操縦になれねえな。決まったか？参ったか？
落ち着いて。力を貸して。
敵の動きは
Okay. Only that wave down there left to come. Oh no, and another up there. Alright.
どうすべきだ。
I see, I see, I see.
破壊したか。大したことないな。
さあどうする？やったろうじゃねえか。
なんとかしなきゃ。しっかり。
どう動く？おお。見たか。
頑張れ私。どう？倒したわ。敵のなんとかなるわよね。力を貸して。
まだ操縦になれねえな。喧嘩なら負け。
俺の番だな。油断するな。落ち着け。俺たち勝ってるのか。
Guess we can do that. Just for the heck of it.
勝機を逃すな。もちろん。これでどうだ。
しっかりしないと。これでどう？当たった。どんなもんだい。
敵の動きは。行くぞ。やったか。迷っている暇はない。もちろん。破壊したか。
落ち着いて。
どうすりゃいい。
But yeah, I think this battle is won.
なんとかしなきゃ。
どうすべきだ。
There we go.
消滅確認。イージス起動。ターミナル封鎖完了。周囲 2km。完全防衛圏。戦闘情報処理終了。
敵はもういないよな。
She did 70% of the damage. That is phenomenal. Like, holy crap. Really? 70%. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we definitely need our multiplier back. It was actually a boss battle. Ah, come on, let's take a look at it. Out of large kaiju. Okay then. But yeah. You know, just in case, let's have them upgrade with that as well. she actually not have any passive abilities now? Defense of Guardians and Sentry Guns. I mean, I guess I could give her that instead of the multi-rocket launchers. Just to try it out. Yeah, let's go let it go. Destroy all major kaiju, the yellow enemies. What was that? Why is she over there now? Why is he over there? What's going? They're all scrambled. That's not good. Perfect opportunity to use this though. Oh shit. This changes things a bit. But actually, who did that? Medium missiles. Must be some kind of special ability then. Yeah. This is kind of a situation here. Only a good thing that we have that here. Yuri really has to get out of there. Somehow. Maybe not that way.
Oh, you know what? Should probably use this for once. Can't get where she should go. Man, he really is in the deep end here. Not gonna lie. That reminds me, I'm supposed to kill the yellow enemies to win this battle, right? All the others will just keep coming back. Yeah, right. Problem is, how do I get to them?
Jeez.
ボロボロじゃねえか。そういうわけに戦闘に集中。無茶しな。どうすりゃいい。
This isn't looking too good. Not gonna lie. I think I gotta get Yuri out of there somehow. I think we need some shields. Big one, otherwise we are done for. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It took so much damage. Classmate, Nava support, my only friend. You okay, Yuri? That was an insane battle. And I had 40%. Figured as much. Holy crap. Jesus. I mean, if we hadn't been scrambled like that at the beginning, it wouldn't have been so bad. But that drastically changed how we approached that battle. Now let's actually take a save here. Try that again. This time with our other team. Because I want to know if we could do that better. I mean, now that we know what is waiting for us. Also want to know if that somehow changes. You know, the setup of the mission, or that always the same. Oh, you know what? I could have used her plasma arc fusion cutter to get rid of the big one. Damn it. Totally forgot about that one. Oh well. Maybe you actually need flares too. Instead of the leap attack as well. Let's try that again. Now that we know what's going to happen. Not scramble yet. Scrambled now. I don't think it's as bad as last time. And again. Should do that for these two. Apply that first. Got 10 seconds. I is actually way too far away to do anything over there. Why isn't he moving? What is he doing here now? That is mighty strange. Actually get out of there. I'm gonna just demolish your way. Go to the big guy again, I guess. That terminal totally on the offended edges, notice? Well, like, except for the defensive squad, you know? Damn it, shield was out. Jesus.
どうしたものか。22番機移動か。次の一手は。
私はおとりを出す。
どう攻める。常に先を読むんだ。
私は何すればいい？敵の動きが早いよ。あるはずよ。シールドを張る。
ありがとうよ。喧嘩なら慣れっこなはずなのにな。やってやるぜ。弾けろ。決まったぜ。
東雲君、騎兵のダメージが深刻だ。すぐに騎兵を出。
何か手は。
Not gonna lie, this isn't looking very good. It's really not.
よく考えて。シールドを張る。感謝するわ。
礼を言うよ。
俺なら
Apsos is still alive and kicking, huh? Need you gone.
狙われてるみてえだな。
意識を集中するんだ。
標的確認。
希望はあるはずよ。
どうしたものか。盾を作るぞ。
ありがとうよ。
私は何すればいい？
This is getting way out of hand down here.
進行を止めるわ。うまく当てた。
どうしたもんか。
警告10騎兵操縦
What? Why? Thought it was shielded. God damn it. Jeez. This is tough. Holy crap. But yeah, why did that get through his shield? I thought he was shielded. Don't get it. Don't like it. Let's do it again. I think this is actually the first time I lost. It's kind of bad, man.
よく考えるんだ。
早く敵絶対負けないわ。頼むわよ。
何かいい手は。
Okay, yeah, where is everyone? That's not good.
気を緩める。
いつもの喧嘩と同じだ。俺が相手だ。どうだ。
常に先を読むんだ。手数を増やす。
よく考えるんだ。
一丁やるか。
At least I can hit these with that.
当たったの？
お出ましだぜ。
Didn't do a lot of damage though.
ありがとうよ。どうしたもんか。
Maybe I should actually use him to get rid of all what's crawling down here. Right, then we shield it. God damn it. I think they're shielded now, though. Yeah. Gotta get rid of that Absos somehow. Just don't know how. Which is the problem. Hey! How and when did they fire at her? Oops, that was the wrong skill. God damn it. Alright, you know what? You gotta help out back there. This doesn't work without you. Well, that went better than expected. Come on, kill that goddamn applesauce. Please. Okay. To do it, but I gotta do it. There's just way too much stuff attacking that. Wait just here. That. This. And go to town. Can't attack it from the back, huh? Alright. Just die, you thing. Barely do anything, but you know, it's about dead. Oh wow! You did kill it. This battle is intense, man. Holy crap. A lot of the battles here are going to be this intense. Jesus. Yeah, he took way too much damage again. But yeah, I think at least the developers realized that the battles may be a little bit too easy or samey if you were just standing at the terminal the whole time. So I appreciate them putting that in. Well, at least we got an A this time. So we are getting a little bit better. Still not an S though. Blemish on my record. So look at another one. The next one. Heart of Drum Mine, Twin Tail Kaiju. Okay. Yeah, not a lot to change, so let's just go. See if we could scramble the other more. So I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that this scrambling will happen in all of the boss fights from now on. Don't have any proof to that claim yet, but I guess we'll get there. Oh, there are more gladiators now again. Yeah, this is actually pretty easy. Yeah, compared to this other battle we just did. This is no problem at all. wonder how many waves there actually are. Yes, quite a few. But yeah, anyway guys, I think we are at the end of this episode for now. I mean, you know, we actually finished the game. We dabbled a bit in this thingy. So, yeah, feeling good about that. But I think I will actually play a bit more of this game on the next stream or so. Maybe. If you guys are interested in that, of course. But yeah. Pretty cool game. Really, really like it. Like, you know, I think I'm starting to come around on the idea of it being a simulation and stuff. Somewhat, maybe, eventually. But yeah, great game. Can definitely recommend it. Go play it. Go buy it. Do it. Alright guys. That's it from me for today. Thank you so much for watching me playing more of 13 Sentinels Aegis Room. I will be continuing on my usual streaming schedule starting tomorrow on Monday. And actually, what are we going to do tomorrow? I'm not quite sure yet. But on Wednesday we will of course resuming our Total War Warhammer 2 campaign with Wicked Claw. And then on Friday I guess more Ghost of Tsushima speedruns again. So look forward to that. Alright guys, that's it from me. See you then. Bye bye.